I can explain, okay? I can explain why I'm starting so late today. So you know how yesterday I said I was sick? And I was like, you know what? Tomorrow I'll not be sick. Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong, dude. I didn't sleep at all last night. I feel like trash. I did end up being able to fall asleep though after getting the kids to school. So I did catch up on some of the missed sleep. But hopefully I start feeling not like trash before Leaguestart actually happens. Hey, Cam Cool. You seen that people are putting bananas into ground beef when they cook it? No, I was not aware of that, Cam Cool. I'm sure that's a pun joke that I'm not getting, though. Up all night, no bloodline video? Well, I say I was up all night. I was trying to sleep. It's not like I was like doing stuff. I was like, it was a rotation. This is what it was. Let's just say like, this is like me laying down. This is one stage, you know. This is me trying to sleep, not being able to sleep, being like, I'm really thirsty, and then like, let's say this is my nightstand and this is like my cup of water or whatever. Drink water, blow nose, try to sleep some more, don't sleep. All the water I drink, have to pee, rinse and repeat. And I just did that like the entire night. Like, sleeps alone. My wife would be like here, right? But like, that was my entire night. It was literally just like drinking some water, blowing my nose, and then getting up to pee because I've been drinking a bunch of water. Well, I guess actually technically I also would like go out to like freaking refill my water and come back. So that happened like multiple times. Getting sick before Leaguestart, it's a classic, man. The cup of water is big as his head. It's a big cup of water, okay. Dreamcore uploaded a banger. Sure, we could check it out. I'm down. Drawn to scale. This is not drawn to scale, okay? This is not. Don't forget sodium when you're drinking a lot of water by the day. I definitely didn't have sodium in the middle of the night when I was just drinking water. I'm weak. I got banned in Fum's chat because I said Connor's Zenith build isn't trash. Then someone called me and I got banned. Gooters. Well, I mean, it doesn't sound like that's what happened, right? You wouldn't just get banned for saying Connor's build isn't trash. I feel like you're probably like being a little bit selective in the story you're telling me. Divine Shop. There is no exclamation point cheese command, dude. Stop using that. It's not a thing, okay? It's not a thing. Why are you testing Cobra Lash? Because I want to play Cobra Lash. I know you for playing RF. I mean, I like RF, but I like playing other builds too. It's a lot of fun to do other things. Routine's going off about Cotterson right now as well. Wait, why are people mad at Cotter? Cotter's updated the same Zenith build for like 5 leagues now. I guess I guess that's the drama for the league. Maybe, I don't know. Hey Gima, how you doing, man? Does the multi-chat thing work today? Well, it's working right now. What do you think about Poison BV? Might be decent. I'm not really a BV guy, so I'm not too familiar with it. I've never played BV recently. Rhetoric, really don't worry about AS hatters. I'm just not like fully mentally engaged. My mental acuity right now is at an all-time low. Trying to retain energy as much as possible, I guess, or something. I'm ready to click doors already, Nosferatu. You gonna be playing Heist? You got my attention? Yeah, we're thinking about playing Cobra Lash. Cobra Lash. We started making a little bit of a scuffed POB yesterday. How far did I get with this? I got to the point of a perfect agony swap. I should probably make a tree for Howa, because Howa is definitely the correct choice, I think. I've been watching this league. Can't get used not having Wazda. Wazda? I mean, my solution, the way I play is
You were born with quickness of body and sharpness of mind.
we're gonna do a Cobra Lash test run, but like my solution is what I do is I put move only on Q is what I do. I feel like that's a good common ground. So you have the left click move, and then you also can do like hold Q and have that like move you around, right? I personally think it feels pretty decent, but I know if you're a Waz the guy, then you're gonna be waiting a bit for sure. I forgot there were 4 more bloodline ascendancies. They've showcased 9 of them. Any bloodlines of interest for Cobra Lash? Not really. A lot of them are very like niche use case wise. Why no Adder's Touch when you go Assassin? Adder's Touch? Why do I not want to do this? Because it's not hard to get 100% poison chance. Also, we're going to be going Perfect Agony late game, which is... that means the dot multi is not useful. Perfect Agony says you no longer get dot multi like regular dot multi. You have all your crit multi applies as dot multi when you crit. So stuff like 25 dot multi doesn't actually help my DPS. Is your Cobra Lash POB out or is it still in progress? We started it last night and then I had to go. There was a meeting for Max Roll that I did not know about. I was late to it, so I was gonna make a. I'm not really a POB guy, but right now we've made a progression tree up to about 84 with a Perfect Agony swap. I need to make a tree for. I think Howa's the way we're gonna go with it. It's so much flat damage, and then we also get to be tanky at the same time because ES good. Is your E-Blade POB is a lot of different trees? Is brand one for P-Brand? Yeah. The brand one is if you're doing a brand skill, basically. Which that's probably one of my... I didn't workshop that tree a ton. You probably could finagle it a little for sure. Some of the trees are better than others. Are you gonna release POB? Yeah, I'll make a video when I get it all figured out. I'm gonna make a... So we'll have a buy list. We'll have the rough POB plan, like the progression trees and everything. That's my plan. I'm not promising anything. This is not a build guide, just so we're clear, okay? This is me YOLO winging something, which is what I do every Leaguestart, but just want to put that out there. I'll do probably some like campaign test runs and stuff. Why Assassin? I want to play something new. Assassin got updated with all damage poison, which means you can do something like Howa poison, which I think is kind of fun. Mistwalker guys got a nice elusive buff, so I kind of want to try out Nightblade with it. That's pretty much all there is to it. Okay, Egg, what's going on, man? We got a new banger emote. What is it? Pull treat is what? Yeah, I guess. Bait Road. It's broccoli with Jug Road. Why is this an emote? I didn't expect it to be Fumga level Giga Chad build, but I did an Act 8 run and I really enjoyed the skill. So follow along because you're smarter than I am, Sly Guy. Well, hopefully it works out. I think it'll be a pretty fun build. We'll see how it goes. Today we need to make a Howa tree, get the buy list done, maybe do a test run stuff. We'll see. We gotta try some things. Your title seems bait. Cobra Lash Assassin Preparation. How is that bait? That's just exactly what I'm doing. That's like bar for bar exactly what I'm doing. What do you mean? Would you say Cobra Lash is an all-arounder? Are you planning on sacrificing this build to the Valdo gods? I'm down to send it to Valdos, depending on how far we progress it. I kind of like that idea of like doing a build and then when we're done with it, see how far it can go in Valdos. We did that with Peaconk last. Like I thought that was fun. We could probably do that again. I'm guessing this isn't going to be a proper Valdo. I mean, you could maybe min-max it and see how it performs, but I don't think it's going to be an ideal character for Valdos. We'll see. We can see what we do with it, though. Do you think Hyro is still good for a Void Farmer in 327? The Hyro Frost build was very good, and that character is pretty unchanged. So, yeah, you could do that, but that's a pretty min-max thing. Rip Kraken Jack number one. Well, we didn't rip Kraken Jack, right? We did mirror it before we destroyed it. we did mirror it, right? Mastery's looking so shiny, dude. I love Masteries. Are you gonna update Blight build before the League drop? I don't know. Maybe. I might run out of time. I'm feeling sick, so I'm already getting less done today than I wanted to. And we have, what, 4 days until League launch? It definitely is not ideal to get stuff done in terms of preparation for a League start if I'm starting getting sick right now. Now another sick League start? Apparently so, man. Apparently so. Well, we got a few days to get not sick, so hopefully it'll work. It's 4 too many days. We'll be there. We'll be there soon enough. All right, let's make a I want to make a buy list for the assassin. I didn't get very far with the Necromance anime buy list now that I think about it. I might have to fine tune that a little bit before I make the video about Necromancer Anime Blade. I'll be better soon. Me too, man. Me too. Got any Witch Start recommendation? Want to transition into casting her Frost? Righteous Fire Elementalist is really fun. There's like a gajillion people doing wand starters for Elementalist. Realistically, you could play just about anything with Elementalist. I even did a test run with Earthquake Ignite, and I had a lot of fun with that as like a random little test SF run. Like Elementalist can do, just quite frankly, it can do it all. Is E-Blade Guide from last week's up to date? Yeah, they changed virtually nothing for the character. If I went through and updated it, if I made a video, I mean, I can make a video about it, but it's the same build. Nothing in the skill balance, nothing in the item balance. The only changes that would occur, I'll take another look at the bloodline ascendancies, but you maybe grab one bloodline ascendancy. That could be a change. And then outside of that, full-born uniques potentially could be usable depending on like the item. Hey, Po Hunger, how you doing, man? I've done 3 to 4 Crackling Lance tests. It's so consistent. You're playing Crackling Lance? Would Herald stacking with Reap, Exang, Ignite work with the new Ascendancies? Yeah, maybe. Sounds like you got the same cold I have. Very, very possible. Very possible. Am I worried about the survivability of Assassin? Early game, it'll play like any other build on the right side of the tree with like Evasion, Suppress, Ghost Dance, which is, I think, a pretty good starting package. Late game, it gets to go ES. I don't have any concerns. I think it'll be pretty strong survivability wise. Late game, early game, it'll just be, you know, it's just a standard freaking Ghost Dance package, right? It's a standard Suppress Ghost Dance package. So, you know, I don't know. I think that's a pretty decent starting package defensively. Not as good as like, let's say, a slam build that gets to go like pretty high life, fortify, all max res all right away, maybe, but it's pretty competitive, I would say. I think it should be solid. Suppress giving 20% less damage reduction? Oh, because it went from 50 to 40. Suppress is still insane. What's this tool? It's called Path of Building. Most people, whenever they're planning to build, will use this tool, especially pre-league. 2 warnings. You not meet the attribute requirements. That is fine. You said you're not going point blank, but wouldn't the more damage multiplier give you higher base hit equal more damage? This does not scale your poison. So you got to decouple your mind, or decouple the thought of the hit damage being directly correlated to your poison damage, because it's not. Like, for example, this is a multiplier to the quote-unquote hit damage. This would need to say projectile attack hits and ailments deal 30% more. It's a bit of a weird thing, but there's a lot of situations where if it doesn't say ailment, yada yada, it does not work typically. So a good place to try to like answer that sort of question, will this scale poison, is just go to the poison wiki. And it has a list of examples for stuff like that. I played this game since 2013. I still never scaled dot correctly. It's definitely very trippy. It's not intuitive, I would say, for sure. Did Blighted Contagion change? I don't really think Blighted Contagion changed too much. A new Pepe just dropped. Hey, we should add that. That's me, man. That's me. Hold on. See if I can add that. do. Yo, let's go. Character name, we want to import the POB. I don't have a character to import yet. We'll probably set up a test character for the Howa swap, but for right now, I'm just doing I'm going to do the buy list and a few other things. Explain that meme, Bench. What meme? Is this Cobra Lash Venom Gyre? We're not doing Venom Gyre. We are doing Cobra Lash, though. We're not even going to use Wasp Nest. Like, Wasp Nest is just, like, it's okay, I guess, but we're definitely going to be playing, an Elemental Claw for sure. We just care about raw damage. See, with whatever you pick for us until the end, pick. All right, well, hopefully we'll make something good. Do we even know if Howa will have the same drop rate? We don't know what's happening to the drop rate of the breach items. I believe they showcased a breach unique dropping from the divine tree thing. How common they are, who freaking knows? Welcome back. The workday. Mini Messiah was missed. I'm not the Mini Messiah. Okay, relax. Try Ellie Claw. Yeah, just start off with, you just do a random like claw that has some good flat damage. It doesn't necessarily need to be anything too special. Change base damage of claw to upgrade. Actually, you know what I should do is I should at least have like an empty prefix or an empty suffix, right? Claw. Change DPS search number to upgrade. Are we playing Cobra Lash now? That is the thought process. We're thinking about playing Cobra Lash. Very, very true. Is there a POB somewhere? That's what we're working on today. We're getting stuff set up. Has there been any changes to E-Blade Quizzer for last league? Not really. Like, no. Like, maybe you use one Bloodline Ascendancy over Augury Penitence, but no, they didn't change like anything to do with that build. $25,000 gold at Act 1 to get a claw. They're like 50 gold on Leaguestart, okay? When you have a little character, it's not the same. Why Assassin? All damage can poison. And then I kind of want to play with the Nightblade, elusive scaling stuff. I need a monk! You could do that, Death Rage. Yeah, I don't see why not. Are you gonna use fall through clusters on Cobra Lash? Yeah, they're very good. They're like 100% damage or something per cluster. How do you think? Far do you think this build can be pushed? All endgame content. Ironsoul, what's going on, man? Trying to think if there's any obvious uniques. Dendrobait is a really good Leaguestart chest. Yeah, you can do life mastery, poison damage. Dendrobait's really solid. What about Perfect Agony, Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity, Caster Assassin? Yeah, I guess you could do that. Every build get pushed endgame? Pretty much. I mean, there's some things that are literally non-viable, but for the most part, you could play whatever you want and take it to hard content. Generally speaking. Thunder Fist. What else are good? Ascend Sanguine. This has a chance to be cheap on Leaguestart, but no guarantees. We'll put it on here though. Why not? Could be potentially a good flat damage claw to buy early. Turns into dust most likely. That's the reason it's worth 4 divines. Is basically any T0 on Leaguestart, if it's not a very good one, usually pretty cheap. But then as the league goes on, it ends up becoming expensive because of dust value. Unique armor is bait because it's expensive to 6-link. You don't buy this and then say, I'm going to 6-link this. You say, I have 1 chaos to my name. I'm trying to give myself an upgrade. I'm still on a 4-link, and you purchase it and you get 77 poison damage and some decent energy shield and evasion. That's why this item's here. This isn't like you're supposed to 6-link this. This is a placeholder item that's got very generically good stats. That's great early game, but you want to swap out of later. This isn't freaking like, this isn't your 6-linking chest. We're not even talking about 6-linking here. You'll notice there's another item on here, Thunder Fist. This item is like your pseudo 6-link for early game, which it depends how expensive it'll be. What was the Thunder Fist this league? Probably going to be more if people are playing wands, but that really depends if the people with wand builds like Jung and Fub, if they recommend Thunderfist or not. Still a very good early pick for a pseudo 6-link, I think. Thunderfist, this league was... So it was like a couple divines on day 1, and then by day 2, it was like a divine probably, or a little bit less. So it tanks pretty fast. Fub is set on doing Deadeye with light radius stacking. He's going to do light radius stacking. That's kind of funny. The old light radius stackers. Don't spend all your gold respecking, save to buy items with trade. This character doesn't need very many respecs. Like, very little, actually. Was Fub PUBing Heralds? They might be thinking about Heralds too. I don't know. I think people are baiting themselves a little bit with Heralds. I feel like it's a very large opportunity cost situation. It pigeonholes you pretty hard to try to force in the Herald stuff. Is your E-Blade build unchanged this league? Yes, it's unchanged. I'll probably make a video well, if I get the time, I'll make a video basically saying, hey, well, I already made a video about ES builds that are going to be good this patch, but yeah, it's still very good. It did not get changed from the patch notes. Legion Farm week 1, ED Contagion Hyro, this character. Well, I've tested Hyro. I know it can do Legion farming pretty decently. This character, I don't know. Maybe. Hey, Farmer, how come people said you do sub 4-hour campaign easy? Easy is a stretch. I've done sub 4 a couple of times out of a lot of different runs. Usually it's 4 to 5. Like, I did a sub 4 with Elementalist RF because Elementalist RF is like really strong in the campaign. I highly doubt I'm going to do sub 4 with Cobra Lash Assassin. We'll put it that way. I don't think it's going to be as strong as LERF is in the campaign. You make consistent sub 4? I don't really think so. You think so, how easy? Is this for a bet? Yeah, we did a bet on who was gonna have the faster campaign clear. We need to have some sort of handicap. That's not what the deal was, Farmer. Listen, when you sign the dotted line, you got your name in writing, my friend. This is noob tricky. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I did 2 5-act runs, 150 on RFLE. It's so good. Yeah, RFLE is such a good time for a campaign run. Can't back out now. Yep. Listen, Farmer, I'm sick, dude. Okay, I should get a handicap for how sick I am right now. This is messed up. All last night, I didn't sleep at all. Okay. I got like a fever. This is messed up. Is your FR Cassacre build still viable for the league? How would you league start it? Is it still viable? Yeah, it's still really good. League start it, you play something else. You play an Elementalist starter build, and then you respec to it once you get Whisper's Amulet. The big unknown is, did they change the drop rate of Whispers? If this is what you need to break the 1-0 defeat, I guess. What are you talking about? It's like 3-1. We've done multiple wagers where I freaking cooked you. My goodness. This guy's has a funny version of history we're trying to write. We just get Lance 10k subs, then he would have to leak start flicker. This is how Farmer wins. Yeah, so that would be a disaster. We should be fine though. I think we got a safe buffer. You guys still have 9,800 subs to go, so I'm pretty safe. If I wanted to live in Heist, what's a decent starter? I think people that do Heist do Pathfinders or Champions currently is the Heist meta. Is Cobra Lash overall superior to Viper Mamba? I haven't played Viper Strike and Mamba. A lot of people love it. I couldn't compare them. I don't even know Cobra Lash that well myself. It just seemed like something fun to do. Like I've done a couple, like I did an Act 5 run and an Act 1 run. I have not played that much Cobra Lash. It just seemed like something fun to do, so that's what I'm doing. Self-cast gems. Wave of Conviction of Charthus, I think, was a big winner for a lot of people last league. So yeah, I would check that out. I think that's really good self-cast. How would you start Cobra Lash, Trinity, or Poison? I'm going to be doing Poison with the all Poison node. Do you have a POB for Cobra Lash? Nope, that's what we're working on right now. So we're doing a buy list currently. Vial, Toxin, Gloves. What are those called? The Embalmer gives Vial Toxin. Embalmer. It's a cheap 5 link, right? Are you actually starting this? Yep, that's my current plan. What's the plan to farm Cobra Lash? I think I might do Expedition. We can grab this thing right here. I'll swap to this when I want to start farming Expeditions, but monsters can't block your attacks. I feel like Expedition's a really good Leaguestart strategy, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think I'll start with Expedition, farm some currency with Expedition, and then I'll work my way towards maybe some boss rushing. We'll see how it goes. RF Chieftain or RF Scion, which one's better? Starter. Chieftain's a better starter. Scion has way better scaling late game. Need some Oilers to get it here. Yeah. I'm protecting myself. I had a bad fever last night, Pohugger. You too, man. Rest in peace. You sick too, Cap? Yeah, I'm sick too, man. I did not sleep at all last night. It was cooked. Why Assassin? All damage poison is the main reason. The other reasons is I want to build into Nightblade. I think that could feel pretty good to play. As well as 20% more damage, 100% poison duration is pretty legit for poison scaling. That's my thought process. This is the first league where I don't think I'm going to do Betrayal plus Expedition. Expedition plus something else now. Yeah, because the nerf to grab, they kind of ruined the fun of it, right? A little bit. Ginger chicken soup made me feel better. Oh, that sounds pretty nice. Maybe I should get some of that soup. This league's going to make you do Breach, isn't it? I mean, it's a Breach league, so we'll be doing some of that for sure, right? Is there any other uniques I want to put in here before I start adding in rares to this? Trying to think if there's any other obvious uniques that are pretty good Leaguestart uniques. Oh, I kind of want to do... I kind of want to do a reverse chill Archon's tools a little bit. Just part of me that kind of wants to try out an Archon's tools. Scorch is sick, yeah. Well, I mean, the Scorch bot doesn't help me too much, right? It just makes me take increased... It just makes me have to need more res. I think we'll consider this. I don't know if I'm actually going to do it, but we'll add it on here just in case. Same with the Winter Weave. What about Shock? You get Shock Immune. And then you get Reverse Chill with Winter Weave. That's the angle. Scorch would help against Elirez. It won't matter for my damage, because my damage is going to be Poison, which I care about the Chaos Res for that. Self-Poison, Reverse Chill. Yeah, we could do that with Ice Fang. Ice Fang or Archon's tools both work, right? Ice Fang comes with poison damage, which is cool, I guess. Golden Rule. If I do this, I need the not this. What's the Maw of Conquest? Okay. Why are you copying my build? Now it's going to be expensive. I'm copying it so your build's expensive. I'm targeting you specifically, Anubis. It's my evil master plan. Have you considered Wild Strike of Extremes with a Runegraph of Treachery and Purity of Elements? Yeah, you could do that. Have I considered it? No, I'm not planning to do that at all. I'm planning to do Cobra Lash Poison. But yeah, you could do that. Why'd you just search it twice? Because this search, unaffected by poison, if I just clicked this, it wouldn't like auto put in the name of the item. So I was verifying the name of it, and then I redid the search, so that way I would autofill this in. Would you go Shadowed Blood? You could go Shadowed Blood. You could also go CI. I think the real plan is if you do reverse poison to go CI. Good luck, man. Thanks, Anubis. Would you go Claw or Dagger? We're gonna go Claw with Nightblade. Because Howa is very strong. Any Bloodline Ascendancy node that looks good for Chaos.Hyro? Not really. I think I would stick with the base for Hyro Ascendancies. A lot of them are very, very much too niche, I think. Would you gonna farm? I'm thinking about doing Expedition Farm. All right. That should be fine for a buy list for unique items. If I think of any other obvious ones, we can add it. Let's go ahead and add some rares, because we need a lot of rares. What are the numbers at the top left for? That is the sub goal. Chat wanted me to make a sub goal for Flickr. I don't want to play Flickr. So if you type exclamation point Flickr, there's a link to an image for the different sub goal things. We put in some stuff way before 10K that way there's a what you call a prize. Is claw base worth it to use over a pneumatic and no ascendancy required? I tend to think so, yeah. I mean, you could use pneumatic. If you want to do that, be my guest. I'm going to play Claw with the plan to go Howa late game. I think Howa's just a ridiculous amount of flat, and it pairs with Nightblade. I like the Claw nodes more than I like the Dagger nodes. My axe. Yo, just call me Jim. Appreciate the prime, man. You plan on playing the new wand skill if it's any good this league? Yep, that's an option. We could play Kinetic Rain if it's good. I don't want to plan on league starting it because the numbers don't make sense. I'm getting very much the feeling that there's something they're not telling us about the skill. Because the numbers they have on there with the clips they showed, its effectiveness seems just not balanced at all. So I don't see how babies. Oh shoot, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Too good to be true. Yeah, too good to be true. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. He was calling us babies? No. I was tucking Nolan into bed for his nap. Item quant effect snacks. That'd be nice, man. That'd be nice. Thought he was making them? Nope. No. Just putting Nolan down for a nap, that's all. We've reached 170. It's time to unban Pepega. No, we banned Pepega at 1,000. What do you think about this? Veranostra? I'm not a fan of Veranostra. I don't like Veranostra. Not really, no. Veranostra's upside is it lets you use a lot of different, like... Well, the biggest thing is you end up using the large cluster that gives 12% damage for swords and 12% damage for axes, which gives 24% damage per node or whatever. So it gives you access to a lot of like percent scaling, but then you're playing Veranostra, which is a weapon which has a really bad base attack speed. Veranostra's keep you weapon master hostage all by itself. Yeah. Are you definitely starting Cobra Lash? Does RFL Buds of Stream still live? I'm pretty convinced I want to play Cobra Lash. It just sounds like something nice, something different. So that's what I'm currently planning on. Can add this on too, honestly. Getting Veranostra's effect as a Foulborn mod on a different unique could be interesting. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see what they do with the Foulborns. There's probably going to be definitely some broken ones for sure. It's hard to pass starting a new Ascendancy. It is. I'm a sucker for playing something that just got changed. Is Venom Buyer still an option? I mean, you could do that. I'm not planning to do it. I'm planning to do Cobra Lash. That is the thought process. Elementalist just got changed, to be fair. Yeah, it got changed last league, and I played it last league as my starter. You know what got changed this league? Assassin. You feel me? Picking up what I put down, doggo mod. Yeah, you're referring to the small nerf elementalist god? Okay, freaking. Why not Ranger? Because I don't want to play Ranger. I think the assassin change is decent. I want to build around the all poison. Can you explain uptime of Valor F? Shepherd equal 80% less soul cost. Get your Val RF. Duration to roughly 8 seconds. Kill 40 mobs. It's like a couple packs of mobs to start the map. Use Val RF. 5 times in a row equal 40 seconds, right? During that time, Soul Ripper via a number of flash generation methods can get you 40 souls to then repeat and go again. I don't know if that explains it, but that's pretty much all there is to it. Shepherd is the key factor. Gives you 80% less soul cost. You just need to make sure whatever Val skills you're using, you don't use more often than once per 8 seconds. Thus, you have a massive reduction in soul cost, which makes it so you can do a very long extended duration of 5 Val skills in a row. And then refill with Soul Ripper right when you get done with that 40 seconds of Val RFs in a row. Val RF is just RF with more steps. Well, you both work. You get both. Both apply to an enemy. So you have your RF scaling, and then Val RF is just like 100% more damage when it's up, right? And it has bigger AoE. I heard you're the minion expert. You heard wrong. I'm going to stop you right there. That is not me. I am not the minion expert. No, sir. Okay? No, sir. You got the wrong guy. Okay? And my axe. Yo, Master Blah, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? One more to the Flicker Strike not happening group? Oh, hell yeah, Master Blah. Is in your name Minion Kevin Minion 9? Nope, it is not. Anyway, weapon reflections. I was going to do a quick update video just showcasing what you could do if you're doing like really early game. Like you just got into maps after you're playing some SRS through the campaign. I was going to do that today, but I did not have enough time because of reasons like being sick and then sleeping in the morning to make up for not sleeping last night. Gazzy's promoted you to Minion Master. Nope. I'm not the Minion guy. You got the wrong guy. Am I going to make a leveling guide for Blighted Contagion? I wasn't planning on it, but quite a few people are asking. We could try to do that. The problem is we only have a few days left until Leaguestart, and I'm sick right now, and that's delaying me just getting the stuff I was planning to get done with just the Cobra Lash itself. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have enough time, really. I'm going to have a select number of time/willpower to do things. Hopefully I get not sick soon, and then I can feel more motivated to do some stuff. Strength, life, max, energy shield, res, chaos res. This should work for a weighted sum for a rare belt. I don't think if there's any other obvious useful stats. This should do it. I bet he hasn't walked today. I have not. No, I'm feeling too crap to walk right now. I thought I was going to feel better today. That was wrong. Stick to Cobra Lash because that's what I want to play. Well, that's what I'm planning to play. So I'm at the very least going to make sure I get that done. Cirrus belts. Cirrus belt is like gain life is extra, right? Some other stats on it. I'm trying to remember. Bypass, recovery rates, supreme decadence. I mean, this is decent. I'm not planning to use this though. I'm just going to do a rare belt and then later on we'll do something else. I'm not a mini master. How do I think it will work? I think it'll work exactly the same. I don't think Raise Zombie of Falling actually summons a zombie at any point. So I don't think it has an interaction. I think it's the same not very good hit-based spell. Does this keep you in a cellar? No, I'm just fine. Don't worry. Hopefully we get the rest of the bloodlines. We're only missing one, and I don't think we're going to get it. I think they're going to keep the breach one a secret. They're going to let people find it. I feel like it could be a situation where the breach one is... it has more nodes, and you get to spend at least 2 points in it. That's what I think the breach one's going to be. And it's not actually related to the same limitation of the other ones where it's based on your own ascendancy points. That's what I'm coping. It'll be a free 2 ascendancy points. And it's got more options. That's some advanced cope. Yep. I got the good stuff. Checking your YouTube, any idea for the new Ascendancies? None of the new Ascendancies are very good for the E-Blade build. The E-Blade build is relatively unchanged. It does summon the zombie. Well, maybe the zombie will stick around for 6 seconds then. I don't know. I still think that I don't think that's going to be a build per se. I guess if you can, like, if that's a way to get past the zombie summon limit or something. Am I going to do a bloodline on Cobra Lash? Not planning on it right now. Not planning on it. Would you do Jedi Spectral Throw again? I had fun with that. Am I going to play it again? Probably not. There's just a lot of other builds I want to make in only so much time, right? My ex, yo. Aik, appreciate the sub, man. I want to play your Peacock Elementals again. Best Leaguestart ever. The nerfs are too low to turn me off. Yeah, right on, man. Hopefully it turns out well. Glad you enjoyed it last league. If you play Lash, will you level as something else? I'm going to play Cobra Lash through the entire campaign. Is my current plan. I don't really like respecs too much. I usually want to try to play as close to the build I'm going to play in Endgame as soon as possible. There will be exceptions to that. Certain things just do not function until you get the support for it. But Cobra Lash you can use right away in Act 1, so that's the plan. I'm becoming Kobe Mamba because I'm thinking about playing Cobra Lash. I think Kobe Mamba was more of a Venom Gyre type of guy. Do we have a Leaguestart PUB? I am working on it. You know what I gotta remind myself? I gotta remind myself how I it's been a hot minute. Hold on. See if I have these set up here at all. This doesn't have it, which means I probably didn't do it for any of these because I was lazy. Yeah, I was lazy about these. I like to factor in the value of an empty suffix or an empty prefix. Gotta remind myself how I did it. It's been a hot minute. Could I look at my old E-Blade guide? And by old, I mean completely up to date that I literally did last league and it hasn't changed at all. That's what I mean by old. Energy Blade. I'm pretty sure my, yeah, this one. I'm pretty sure the buy list I have in this POB has the one method that I'm just spacing on how to do. Question is, will the buy list work? Here it is. I hope the Wander guys aren't going elementalists and raising the Golem prices. Fubgun Wanders are doing Deadeye / Warden. Jung Wanders and Pow Wanders are doing Elementalists, so there will be a lot of people playing Elementalists. It's gonna be a bloodbath out there. Hey, hey, hey. Nice. Okay, yeah. I can yoink. How did I used to do this? I set the count maximum of 1 between an empty prefix, empty suffix, and a crafted modifier. Uh-huh. Did I give a value? I also set the maximum here. I'm following. I guess the problem with this is it limits me to only have 1 empty suffix or 1 empty prefix, which takes 4 mod items out of the search pool. Why do people say Assassin's bad? I'm not sure what other people's reasons are, but I think I like the Assassin changes and I'm interested in playing it. We'll see how it goes. PvE players have strong opinions on things they haven't played based on previous knowledge. Yeah, that happens a lot, doesn't it? Assassin Squish. Depends how you build it. If you click life, which is the case for most builds, you're not going to be very tanky. But if you do the right thing and you click ES, then you can be tanky. This beautiful thing. We get locked in lab for days. That's the SSF way, man. People say Assassin's bad because it has the defense, but then they play glass cannon builds everywhere else. Yeah. I mean, on Leaguestart, glass cannon is meta on softcore Leaguestarts because as long as you're still moving fast enough, even though you lose time for all the deaths, you can brute force your way through. I don't like to play like that. I mean, there is a time and a place for it where you could brute force bad defense through just to have the higher offense to progress a bit faster. But when you're chain dying, I don't know. I think it feels bad. I think it can feel quite a bit bad. So, to each their own. How's the poison SRS POB going? There is no poison SRS POB. There is no poison SRS POB. Not a thing. Not a thing. I guess theoretically this will work if it's 2 empty suffixes or 2 empty prefixes. What's your thought for ward nodes from the bloodline? Good if you're playing a ward build. Irrelevant if you're not playing ward. There's definitely going to be some builds that will use it that are trying to min-max ward stuff. Was build review always 100k? It's been that way for a while. And I don't think it started out that high, but I raised it when I was getting too many chain reviews. You gonna share this trade? I always make a buy list for everything I'm playing. Right now, I'm just reminding myself. I'm not sure if I like this or not. The problem with this search technique is it eliminates the scenario where I have one empty prefix and one empty suffix, but then it correctly accounts for the value of a crafted affix, but only on like a 5 mod item or a 4 mod item where it's 2 prefixes or 2 suffixes open. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to do this search method for my weighted sum rares. Is the idea here to start poison later and go deck stack hit based? Nope. The idea is to start poison and then swap to Ellie poison and then swap to Ellie perfect agony poison and then swap to Ellie perfect agony Howa poison. We were playing assassin because assassin's good with poison. That is the thought process. What is Howa? Howa is Hand of Wisdom and Action. An item that I want to say was a top meta item for, I think, a few leagues after it was introduced. And then it's been kind of outshined by other options like triple synth items, like Ephemeral Edge. But it pairs very well with Assassin because we can go Nightblade plus Poison and it works with the lightning scaling rate. Can you breed Howa with the tree? I believe so, which will be interesting. Like, they obviously showcased on the Keeper's page, they showcase Esh's shield. Damage cannot be reflected, right? It replaced whatever the mod was before that, which I gotta be honest, I don't remember what it is. Let me check real quick. So it took the, Reflect Shocks node, and instead of Reflect... Okay, actually, wait. No, that node's still there. What node is gone? The Lightning Res. Okay, it took the Lightning Res and replaced it with damage cannot be reflected. They also showcase Foulborn Red Dream. My thought process is, because this league is all about Breach, I think every single Breach item, unique, will have some special Foulborn mods. That's just a theory. I think 100% of Breach items will have it, and then maybe 30-40% of other uniques will have it. Something like that. I think they said they did 50% of uniques. Maybe I'm misremembering the Q&A, but my guess is there will be mod changes for things like Howa and things like, other Breach items. So we'll have to see what that actually is for Howa. Like, let's say they replace the attack leech with ES leech, that'd be useful. They take the attack speed per scaling dex and then give it a local attack speed mod. That could be useful. Right, so we'll have to see what they change out for this. Why is Red Dream a big deal? Red Dream? It's just strong. There are few things that provide as much percent life scaling as this jewel does. For example, previously the highest amount of percent life you could get on a jewel was Grand Spectrum. No, not Grand Spectrum. It was Adorned 150 multiplier. Is Grand Spectrum 6? Okay, Grand Spectrum might be 6% life per Grand Spectrum, which makes them 18% per, and then 150 Dorn is 17% life per. This jewel can give you like 50% life for one jewel. Depending if you're like getting real min-maxy with it, like if you're doing a Scion spot, it can get way more. Can I link you something, Void? Sure. What would be a good spot for it? Scion combined with an Elegant Hubris or like Outside Marauder, stuff like that. Void, what are you linking me? What is it? Taking a look at your 2-stone and I made this. You thinking about doing an EQ Ignite? I had a lot of fun with my 2-stone run I did. I thought that character was a good freaking time. It's triple T5. Oh no, you could definitely beat that for sure. I'm thinking of doing ground slam of earth shaking. Now I do want to caution you, Void. I think ground slam of earth shaking doesn't actually eat the multiplier. Oh no, it's just good effectiveness. No, that'll work fine. I was gonna say this multiplier here doesn't matter, but this works. You can also do leap slam. Leap slam gets 660 effectiveness with a pretty big base radius. You can also do like Sunder, obviously, and stuff like that. The effectiveness is really high. Yeah, 688 is really high. I did try the Elementals Earthquake build you did. It was really comfy. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. We did the is that the one we did the 2-stone run with? Like 650 minutes or something? I thought that was pretty solid. I have 9 meter radius on the POV I linked you. Yeah, that's a ton of radius. No, I think this will be pretty solid. The Ignite Slam run I did felt really good. Let me know how it goes if you end up running this Void. I definitely had fun with the test run I did of the character. Didn't you go super slow? No. I mean, I'm not a particularly like fast, like I'm not a speed runner, and I did the 2-star run at 650. A speed runner with an optimized build does it in like 5 hours, and that's like that's a really good freaking time. So I felt like it was quite fast, and then obviously, you know, you get more AoE scaling and stuff like Void has here. I think he's probably gonna have a good time with it. Why don't you prepare same build with Ivory Tower E-Blade again? Big fan though. You mean update the E-Blade guide? I'll post a video about it. It hasn't really changed. Well, okay, I'm not gonna promise I'll post a video about it. I'm running out of time, but it hasn't really changed. Skill attack speed, not the run. Oh, the 70% attack speed. You counter that by having good attack speed from like Golem and stuff. Is the way you counter that. All right, I need to stop stalling this. So this factors for this. And then we'll do these searches for other items. Is there any unique boots I care about? Were you starting? Something like that. What's going on, False King? Have you ever tried auto exert with Battle Mage plus spell? Based on how it reads, it should auto cast my curse. Correct. Yep. If you auto exert Battle Mage, you will get the curse cast. Any way to get E-Blade and kinetic, like dual wield sword and wand? Nope. Not a thing. You can't equip both a sword and the wand at the same time. They've not added any support, any like keystone for that, nothing. Nope. Because it deletes the buff, not the exert. Correct. You're not going to get the flat crit from Battle Mage's Cry, but you are going to get the spell that procs. You sick? Yeah. Yup. pretty dang sick, unfortunately. But hopefully it won't last much longer. Hopefully we'll find freedom from this affliction. Soon TM. Balance cry so juice for crit. I never trigger it. I'm a piano enjoyer. Power to you, but I don't know about that. 10 movement speed for each poison on you up to 50%. We could play this. It's a little tempting. For any content where I'm not like poisoning things though, not having movement speed sounds annoying. And we're not like we're in hideout or whatever. Freaking screw it, we'll add it to the list, why not? Temptation. I'm getting tempted. We're doing a Messiah build. 5 uniques lead us to the promised land. I mean, uniques are they have a purpose, guys. When you're in that early range of you have very little currency and there are very little good rares on trade, uniques are like a fantastic pickup for some early game power. We have async trade too, so it's going to take you like no time to be like yoink, get a little bit of plus power into your character. Zeri steps are pretty good too. Life, movement speed, suppress. Is there a reason why you always put tilde in front of your search? So the tilde is a fuzzy search. I have an extension called fuzzy search something. Basically, if I was typing in cold resistance, if I didn't have this tilde here, it would eliminate all the other scenarios that gets tagged for cold resistance, and it would only have something that strictly matches that string of text. So you can see how this eliminates the like, for example, let's say I wanted lightning and cold. That is eliminated without the tilde. But with the tilde, it's here because it picks up cold resistance, right? There's just scenarios where you don't know the exact wording of something. And this is like, it helps you find the thing you're looking for without having to get it exactly correct. Still should have been the default search option. Yeah. No, fuzzy search is fantastic. Thanks, shit, sir. No problem, Gima. All right, let's go ahead and do a search for boots. And a yoink. Well, that's funny. Wow, I was really tryharding this. I literally put in the timestamp of where to showcase the craft. That's funny. Okay. Rare boots. Do I care about these weightings? Decrease the weighting value of these things? Sure. Okay. You start hardcore? I'm not planning on it. Do you think your energy blade build will be viable for this league? Yep. It did not get nerfed. It's still a very good starter. The biggest nerf to that build was last league when they nerfed Sanctum, so its Leaguestart currency is not like A tier anymore, but it's still a very strong character for the investment. They changed the death migration. They did. The thing is, I'm racing farmer, which means I'm not really going to be very cautious about surviving. I'm going to try to be going fast. Now, when you die your transfer, I think I would have to go make another character and migrate stash, you know? Can I even migrate stash? Like, there's other issues with it, right? I wonder what that'll be like in terms of hardcore economy, because hardcore economy like was really, really cooked with people specifically playing hardcore just to migrate things to standard. I wonder what that'll be like with softcore. Is Havoc still a thing? Havoc? Yo, Havoc's great. Farmer was getting coached by Havoc. Yeah, he's getting the sage advice. When is Merc ending? Probably in like a day or two. It's usually every league start they end the previous league a couple days before the launch. Why would you play hardcore to migrate all to standard? It's basically people that are ratting out standard currency min-maxing, essentially. How easy RMT? There might be a little of that going on. Maybe. Is softcore going to be Keepers League? Correct. League starting E-Blade? Watch my E-Blade guide. Probably go for Sanctum currency generation. And then after you've farmed currency doing that, swapped into some Ivory Tower gearing, then just bum rush towards maps and do some boss rushing. It's quite good for that. Like Maven boss rotations. That's usually what I've done in the past for it when I've played that build, is I did Sanctum, got my initial gear set up, then took it to boss rotations with Maven. We do a run today? I think we should. I have a character, but I'm trying to get the buy list set up. Are you hyped for the new Bloodline Ascendancies? Not as much as I was hoping I would be. They're a bit more underwhelming. There's definitely going to be some good use cases, but they're a lot more niche than I was hoping they would be. Self-chill, it's basically just some extra quality of life speed. Do you think it's worth sacrificing the 2 ring slots? Depends what level of gear you're on. If you can afford really good rare rings, no. If you're on a budget starting out, getting that 30 action speed can feel quite good. Hey, Arrow, man. Thanks for the raid. How you doing, Arrow? What is cooking? Hey, Nova. What's going on, guys? Welcome, welcome, everybody from Arrow Stream. Salute. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Pay no attention to how low I am to the ground. I just wanted to be Friday. Me too, man. Me too. Me too. Wait, we have a salute emote? Oh, heck yeah. Ah. It's pre-16. Lance playing Arrowville. Yeah, we're playing Cobra Lash. We've been indoctrinated into the school of Arrow, or inducted. Is that the right word? Inducted. Was confused why Arrow sounded like Lance. You got teleported. What's going on, Limited? You decide on what your league starting? Yep. I'm pretty convinced I want to play Cobra Lash Assassin. That's the plan. Is Arrow playing Ice Shot? Yep. I think he is. I think he's playing ISOP. That's what the cool kids are calling it nowadays. ISOP. You going out trick-or-treating with your kids? Tomorrow we're gonna do a trick-or-treating thing with the kids. Not on Halloween, but a separate day. ISOP is so cool. Yeah, ISOP's all the rage these days. Any ISOPers in chat? Any strong ISOP appreciators out there? It didn't make Fuvgun's list. It must be bad then, right? The amount of like good builds that people just don't know about is crazy. Like I'm just saying in terms of like PoE has so many different things you can do that are strong. And there's like, let's say there's 10 different popular streamers or content creators that are going to make build lists. The likelihood they're going to be able to know about all these different things that are strong that aren't necessarily being popularized is non-existent. There's a ton of builds. I'll put it this way. I would say there's a fairly high non-zero chance the best, strongest League starter is probably a build by not even a content creator. There's probably somebody who doesn't make content at all, has this GG League starter. He's not promoting it. Like that stuff I would imagine is very likely. You have one chance. Convince me to not use Energized Armor Jewel for Arcane Guardian and Dawnbreaker and walk away with 30k armor for 6 points in a ring slot. One chance to convince me to not use Energized Armor for Arcane Guardian and Dawnbreaker and walk away with 30k armor for 6 points in a ring slot? I mean, 30k armor sounds good. You're using this. Dawnbreaker doesn't have any energy shield. So you're putting energized armor here, and this is making this say armor from equipped shield. Is that the thought process? I mean, I do it. Why not? Twice as much? Yeah. I don't think that's getting you 30k armor by itself. Right? Like if this is 60%, let's say this is 100% and this is 120. Dawnbreaker's a 2k armor shield. That's 8k armor. You obviously are investing more to get armor elsewhere, like Determination, Granite Flask, like. Well, no, you're talking about the ring too, the double armor ring. So 16k armor. You definitely are getting armor elsewhere though. Question: I play PoE2. I play Monk, and I don't see any crit chance stat. Only crit bonus. Why? Are we talking PoE2 or PoE1? If you're talking playing PoE1, in PoE1 it's called crit multi, whereas in PoE2 it's called crit bonus. They're effectively the same stat, but just different wording. As for if you're like doing PoB, I think it would still say 100% crit chance if you had it capped. Maybe it doesn't say it if you have it capped or something. But I'm guessing you're just getting the situation where crit multi and crit bonus are just, they're different words in the games, and one is in PoE1 is crit multi, but it's the same thing as crit bonus in PoE2. Would you recommend anime weapon build for a Leaguestart? It's solid. I'm not playing it personally, but I had a lot of fun with it last league, and you definitely can Leaguestart it. Hey, Incarnate, what's going on, man? Appreciate the sub. 54 months, dude. Or no, 63 months now. 54 month streak, apparently. Dude, I need to up my badges, Incarnate. Appreciate you, dude. What are you Leaguestarting, Incarnate, and why is it Flicker Strike? I'm going to do a Smite Ellie Herald Stacker. Good luck, plush out. Good luck. It's a good Leaguestart to swap into Anime Blade. I think you probably could do SRS. I think that's a common League starter, but don't quote me on that. I'm not really a minion guy. Hey, just because that's true, I knew it. I knew you were doing a Flicker Strike Leaguestart. If he's playing PvE2 with Hollow Palm, his crit chance is 0 because it only scales with ES. Okay, yeah, I'm not... I don't know what specifically the setup is. What's a good League starter to swap in your anime weapon of self-reflection? Probably SRS. That's my guess. Is this withdrawal build? Because you need to craft so many clusters. Clusters, we'll see how many we need to craft. Speaking of which, do I add clusters to the search? Maybe I add them later on. Okay, rings. You can leak our anime weapon of self-reflection as soon as you get the gem, to be honest. Hey, there you go. I mean, if it works, it works. I did not do any testing with the gem itself on Leaguestart, but maybe that's a play then. How's Brand for E-Blade? Very good for Sanctum rushing. Bad for map clear unless you can get like Explode figured out, which is way more involved. So I wouldn't play Brand unless you start figuring out some Explode setup. Is the buff Spectres worth it? The 36% defense? It's okay, depending on the build. Not probably the best choice though. Do you think the endgame version has to be Perfect Agony? I think it pairs very well with Assassin to go Perfect Agony. Will you share this trade thing later on? Yep, I'm making it for my Cobra Lash POB. That's what we're doing right now. I'm kind of struggling to put this all together, but I think we'll be okay. Damage with attacks. I think I also have to include non-attacks. Right? I have to do this because there's unveiled mods for it. Making shopping lists for sickness, something like that. Yep. Are you convinced the Schizonode works with jewels in clusters? I am fairly certain that's how it's going to work, but we'll know for sure when we actually get to play with it. I think what that node eliminates is it eliminates the sockets that are in your tree. This stuff, all this stuff, right? These things that are just, you know, for most builds, that's like 3 or 4 jewel sockets. So you can't use Timeless. Is the biggest limitation. No Light of Meaning, stuff like that. Speaking of E-Blade anime weapon, what about Ashes for Amulet? Quality is quite good on both anime weapon and E-Blade and Rallying Cry. Ashes is a great choice. Yes, Ashes is a great choice for sure. It's also limited to Uber Eater, so it won't be available for like it's not going to be a cheap early pickup for a bit, right? Because people have to kill Uber Eater to drop that amulet initially. How do you determine when a cluster node is stronger than a tree node? You compare the stats. Same as any other choice you have to make is you have to weigh out, does this give me more damage, more speed, more quality of life than these other passive points? Depends how good your cluster is. Okay, how much do I want to value percent damage? Do 2 for percent damage. Should I try E-Blade Trickster this league? But I've heard it might be nerfed pretty bad. Is that true? Trickster got nerfed quite a bit. Could you do Inquisitor? Yep. Inquisitor is very popular to do for E-Blade stuff. You can do attack-based or caster. I have a guide for caster, but attack-based E-Blade is very much a real thing if you wanted to do it. Hey, Wretched Knave, how you doing, man? I do not have a guide for attack-based E-Blade, though. So do keep that in mind. What the hell is this? 300 res? How much did I weight res at? Rated at 1. That can't be right. Need to weight accuracy too. Global accuracy. Will Cobra Lash have Ivory Tower? Nope. It does not have a Cobra Lash Assassin does not have synergy with Ivory Tower. No, sir. There should be better rings than this. I feel like there should be. Okay. So with this weighting, we've weighted flat damage, life, lightning res. Yeah, that would be pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. All right. I think that's mostly working. Plan on doing your Scion RF as a long-term project build after Leaguestart? Are you going to update and include Bloodline Ascendancy? The only Bloodline Ascendancy I would consider is the Shepherd of Souls for Perma Val RF. So, consider that Bloodline Ascendancy is the main thing you would want to look at. The Shepherd of Souls plus Soul Ripper allows you to proc Val RF quite a bit. Who wants to talk to E-Blade with you? Sure. I'd talk about E-Blade. Got it cooked right now. Online only, check, search. Ring. Rare ring. Rare 2 wants to call you. All right, hold on. I'll get on Discord. Do-do-do-do-do. I don't think I have Root2 added on Discord or anything. Are you guys messing with me? Does he actually want me to talk to him about E-Blade? Follower only chat mode? Oh, well, I'm not even following Root2. You need to be a follower for 10 minutes? Oh, what the hell? He's talking to Waggle? Okay, we're fine then, right? That should be good. Can I share a link about 30k Arbor setups? You talking about the Dawnbreaker stuff? He said he's gonna call you. Okay, I don't. You need to message me on Discord because I don't think I have him added on Discord. I didn't watch you play lightsaber build much last league. Do you think they're clear? Might handle the breaches? E-blade depends what skill you play with it. So some skills are good clear, some skills aren't. So like, let's say you did cast and crit splitting, that's very good clear versus cast and crit Eye of Winter, way worse clear, right? It depends what skill you end up playing. Mainly is the thing that matters. I like have it. If you need a list of Rutu. Rutu's about to call you. Join call. All right. Hello? What's going on?
Me? Remember me?
Yeah. Something like that. What's going on?
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Chad said you wanted to ask me about E-Blade?
Yeah. I wanted your opinion on, because I'm looking at this Fub Gun list, right? And Fub Gun has on his tier A build, on his tier A tier build, he has Dex stacking Cobra Lash. And then he has some he has E-Blade. He has like Viper Strike of the Mambo, General's Cry, Ellie Hit, Deadeye, and I'm just like, I'm kind of confused by his list, and I want your opinion on whether E-Blade is like a top tier starter, what it's good for, and why you would play it.
E-Blade.
E-Blade expert.
If you're gonna start E-Blade, you want to do Sanctum. I think at least the biggest problem for E-Blade is its initial gearing is like potato squishiness. Because you're like forcing all this investment into ES and then you cut it in half to get a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you're over investing into offense. And the one mechanic that plays well for that is something like Sanctum Rush. Because Sanctum you don't really care too much about defense and you just need a lot of damage for it, right?
Yeah, you insta melt everything. Are you playing like what skill are you playing right now? What's your choice skill for Sanctum runs on E-Blade?
It's Penance and Dissipation. I mean, you could do other skills. Like you can freaking log into Firestorm and clear Sanctum with it, but Penance and Dissipation is just you put you put the Penance Brand on the like dudes as you walk by and it'll just kill them, right?
Yeah, same. I mean brands have been good for Sanctum forever, right? So
yeah. So a lot of people also do Sanctum Rush with just freaking like power charge stacking too. That works as well.
Do you think how's the speed on it? Is it like fast at clearing Sanctum, or is it like fast later? Is it fast at the start? Like
it's pretty fast. You can get down to like 10 to 15 minute Sanctum clears just with like leap slam speed and stuff. But
damn.
Really, I personally don't like staying in Sanctum that long. So I play E-Blade until I get like the initial Ivory Tower Balbala setup, which gets you like 7 to 10k ES. Tempest Shield, Flesh and Stone and stuff. And at that point, you can freaking swap to actually doing maps. So that's usually what I do. I play until I get that initial gear set, and then I'll do like T17 boss rushing or like Maven rotations.
No, because I'm just laughing because you said you don't like to stay in Sanctum for too long, and I thought you meant like a few hours, and then you said Balbala, so that's going to be like a day. Isn't that?
Yeah, it's like you do it the first day, and then you get out.
Okay. So you do a Sanctum for the whole entire day, and that's your progression, and then you like start doing your Atlas, and then you go straight to T17s. Is that how you do it?
Yeah, pretty much. That initial gear set will get you straight to T17 viability, so you can just like you can just freaking bum rush bosses to get the Atlas points, and then just start doing T17 boss rushing. That's definitely one of the best early game strats for it, because T17 boss rushing frags pay a boatload early on. They kind of do the entire league, but early on when no one has uber uniques, they're like pretty good value.
And T17 uniques are like insane too, right? Like Yoke and stuff like that are insane value at the start. And like all of them are pretty much like kind of good at the start.
Yoke, Darkseer are both really valuable, I think, early. Wraith Lord's okay, I guess, for the minion people that want to play Specters.
Yeah, this league specters might be good too, right? So because tons of specter stuff is coming out, and a ton of the new ascendancies. Okay, one thing though, one thing. How much currency do you farm on day one in Sanctum? Have you done a start recently since the nerf?
I have not done it since the nerf. What I've been told from people who've done it is the divine orb
Okay.
drop rate got killed pretty much. Like that's the big
Oh,
change. That you still get a decent amount of like raw, like freaking bubblegum currency, chaos orbs, etc. But the divine orb rate got hit, I think, by over 50% from what I've heard from people.
I mean that's still good considering like you don't even see divine orbs when you're progressing through like normal Atlas, right? Like very often.
Yeah. And the one thing that like this isn't like make up for the nerf, but no one prices sanctums worth anything now since the nerf. Like you're
Ooh.
not competing to buy them because way less people are doing it. So it's like instead of paying 30C for a tome, you're paying 1C. So your cost went down, but your expected return is still less on average.
But if you're going to start running Sanctum and you're saying this is going to be the strat, do you think the price of the thing's going to start coming up? Because this is like no loot league, right? Like all the strats got nerfed. Like rushing like whatever strat isn't going to be as profitable as like previous league. So I think Sanctum might actually be pretty decent of a league start
Uh,
compared to anything else.
I would guess Expedition's going to be quite a bit better at this point. But I mean, like, of League Start strategies, since a lot of your juice strats got hit, I guess that hurts the competition. It's still like, I wouldn't want to play Sanctum for an extended period of time. Because until like Balance of Terror skyrockets, it's really just kind of mid currency. You end up being tied to that in terms of like your hit for value because no one wants to run Sanctum and then Balance of Terror goes up, but that takes like a week for it to start skyrocketing for that thing.
I mean, it can skyrocket. I mean, it also depends on how good Whispering is this league and how available that is. Because as soon as Whispering like people start making that build, then Balance of Terror is going to go up like crazy, right? Because everyone's going to want to spare.
Yeah. Another thing is, I don't know how much. Do you think a lot of people are gonna play the like Lycia Ascendancy? Because that's like if you can sell carries, that might be. I don't know. Like that depends how many people want the Lycia Herald thing.
Have you seen the numbers on the Herald stuff?
I feel like it's a lot of opportunity cost, but I know I saw Jung's video today where he has like a POV with it that seems pretty decent. It's definitely a lot of flat to do the Essence Worm plus Honor Home and Power. I feel like it pigeonholes you pretty hard, but for early game, like that's a lot of damage for like potato gear.
Yeah, I mean, it is potato gear, right? But I don't think it's best on that particular setup as Wanderer. Like, imagine all of that flat on like like Story of the Ball on like freaking Eviscerate. You're just gonna like one shot every single Uber in the game, right? Like stuff like that, or stuff that magnifies your flat that you get from other sources, like Paradoxica, or double damage from like other sources. I think that's where it's like kind of like the shit. But I haven't made any of those POBs yet. But I think on ones it's okay, but it's definitely not optimal.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty fair. the flat's a lot.
Wants to play ones.
Definitely good for potato gearing for sure.
Yeah.
When are you going to Leaguestart?
I think I'm not even sure, man. I'm trying to like make all of these builds. I have like right now I have a Fizz Dot Elementalist. Remember Fizz Dot, Lance?
Fizz Dot.
Yeah. It's actually quite good. It's actually quite good these days. Because
it got some buffs this patch. Elementalist is really good scaling for any dot build, so it's like you can't go wrong.
Yeah. But the problem, that whole archetype was scaled after like having no nodes on your tree and having no damage anywhere, right? Because there's like no generic Fizz.
Oh yeah, it doesn't freaking exist. If you don't have clusters, you're just screwed.
Yeah, but now there's like pretty much like Golem scaling has generic Fizz Dot, freaking Topside has generic Fizz Dot like in a lot of different places. So it's actually gotten a lot better for that archetype, at least from which area.
Are you gonna play Corrupting Fever or just like Reap Exang?
I'm all three, right? All three. It's actually very good. Nick did a run like a few days ago, basically SSF, no gear, like 6 hours on his first try, and he didn't even really like do whatever. So it's actually like pretty decently like fast, right? Any build that can do that type of speed.
Dude, Elementalist on Leaguestart, that Golem node is just like,
Yeah.
it's so ridiculous. It feels so freaking good. You get those golems, you instantly have speed, sustain, dot multi, you have everything. It's so nice.
Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. Anyways, I don't know. I had that build. I made a Viper Strike hit based build, like Viper Strike of the Mamba, because it has like really good scaling onto like a hit based Slayer. And it uses like Hydrosphere. I don't know if you know how the Hydrosphere thing works with Battle Mage's Cry, where you keep resetting it with like
To
a
get
really
the
high
extra
base
hits,
damage. So
basically.
yeah, just cleaving the shit out of the Hydrosphere over and over again until the mob dies. That also has like really good numbers. Um, same theory, but with Flicker Strike and the double Flicker Strike on Zerker. So you're getting 4x Flicker Strike per like hit, and the double like Exert. I think I want to like maybe model something around that, or the Herald build
Without the poison prolif that you get with Mamba
yeah,
Poison, does the
yeah.
splash feel good clear wise still?
It's the same as every other melee build, right? Like it's not as great as when you start, but as you
Just have enough strike
progress, you
targets
get
and splash damage feels
yeah,
good.
yeah, Siones, you know, like extra range and everything, then you start hitting the whole screen. It's just like how
Yeah.
strike skills are, right? I think it's just like kind of mediocre right at like day 1, day 2, very mediocre. Day 3, day 4, it starts like, you know, just start booming everything, like, and it becomes like a top tier build. That's how I explain strike skills to people, at least. The good thing about the Viper Strike setup, Lance, is that you know how everybody sucks at the game and they don't know how to double strike correctly. And then every single time you make a double strike build, they just complain that there's ZDPS. Well, they don't have to deal with that, you know, with this, because you know what I'm talking about, right?
I couldn't agree more to everybody sucks at the game. That sounds very true.
But yeah, and maybe eviscerate, like maybe like some Herald stacking eviscerate build is, I don't know. I have like, you know, I'm always indecisive until the last day, but yeah, those are my like choices that I have in my head right now of like
Fair
what I
enough.
want to do.
I can respect it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna YOLO send Nightblade, Cobra Lash, Poison Assassin.
Wait, what? Do you have a wait? You don't use POV, right? For stuff
I'll
like
like
this?
okay, like people want me to make POV, so I'll make like a tree, but I really don't want to know. Like if I get to the point where I'm making all my gear in POV and have the numbers beforehand, it like kills my like excitement about playing the build, because then like, you know, you have an idea of how it's going to turn out. Like I feel like part of the fun for me is not knowing if it's going to actually work or not. So I'll make like a rough tree outline for people, but I don't want to like make items in POV and stuff.
Damn. But so you've been playing testing? Is it good? Because Fub says Cobra Lash is top tier, and he says I'm a dumbass because I don't believe in Cobra Lash. He literally said that about me earlier.
I mean, I played one campaign run to Act 5, and it was it was like in Act 1 it felt goated because it's like for an early game skill it's insane for Act 1. By Act 5 my damage was pretty suspect. But in terms of like scaling, the deck stack stuff is decent. Like that build he linked to, I think, in his list.
Yeah.
The POB had 20 mil. I don't know if it was actually 20 mil DPS, but it seemed like it wasn't that good of gear. So like
it's 20 million on paper though. Like it's a paper build. So like what paper build doesn't have 20 mil, right? Isn't that the facts of life?
I mean, that's why do you think Fublin rated highly? Has a range build, can attack from a mile away, good screen clear, and high DPS paper. That's the softcore meta.
I guess. But so you're just gonna go in, you're just gonna YOLO. Do you like what they did to Assassin? We can have a Assassin discussion right now.
Like Assassin was like non-existent for how many leagues now, so I'm glad they did something to it. Will it make Assassin good though? I don't know. I'll have a better answer for that after I play it and see how it goes. See if the all damage
I'll
poison
give you
can
my
carry.
answer because I think they could have done much better. I feel like they pretty much took the same. Okay, I know you don't like POV numbers, but you know people do POV stuff like that. One
Oh
guy from my
yeah.
Discord, he said he took his penance brand build from last league and he slapped it on the new assassin with the new nodes, and he got 0.4% more damage.
Well, I mean,
So
depending on what notes he was already grabbing, it probably wasn't changing much, right? Like a lot of it, the
yeah,
core assassin did stay pretty similar, right?
yeah.
I
They
feel
didn't
like
use the defense, but he
unless
didn't-
you're utilizing the all damage poison, I feel like it's kind of cooked. I don't know. Maybe freaking Sandstorm Visage can carry in some situation where that feels good, but I don't know.
but they nerfed all the wands.
All the base crits, yeah.
Yeah, they nerfed all the base crits, so it's even worse. I was like, originally I thought I was like, this isn't even that bad, right? And then I saw them nerf all the wand crits, and I was like, damn. So I agree with you 100%. I think that one node kind of makes assassin right now, and everything else around it is just like, you might as well just play something else.
That's my current thought process. I definitely don't think the mark node's ever really worth using. The situational crit, situational damage reduction node is like just awkward. Like in some situations,
Yeah.
like you're doing a Valdo feared, that 35 less damage feels amazing. But like outside of that, like it's just 25% more against rares and uniques when you're just a single enemy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. A lot of those nodes are like just awkward.
I agree. I agree.
What do you
for the rate, but
what do you think about
what happened?
Nightblade Elusive? I haven't played Nightblade Elusive since they changed the reset. Am I just complete coping that it'll feel okay with elusive scaling?
I think it'll be okay these days. There's more elusive stuff. There's a vivid cat. Did you see the vivid cat?
I think Vivid Cat's I think it's bait. Is it do you think it's actually good?
It's trash. It's trash. Just say it. Just say it. It's trash. Just say
Yeah,
it's trash.
it
Piss
looks
off
very
all these
bad.
guys right now.
It the way I'm understanding it is when your elusive scales down to 100%, you have a 50% chance to reset, which ends up giving you like an average base increase of 50%. Like throughout the like, it's for an ascendancy point, it seems horrible. I don't know.
But do you really get that much better on the other ascendancy points on assassin though? Like, what are you taking from? What are you gonna do? Because I know you're top side poison, right? And then you might take the elusive node, and what else? What
I think my best point is maybe the power charge. my fourth point kind of sucks, and then the bloodline ascendancies aren't great. So right now I'm leaning towards just grabbing the power charge. Plus, it makes my quality of life of generating power charges a bit less annoying. But power charges aren't hard to get to begin with, so
yeah.
I'll probably swap that later on, but initially it's just I don't know. The bloodline ascendancies are all, a lot of them are kind of not, well, it depends what build you're playing. I think a lot of them are great though.
Well, really? That's your opinion? They just aren't great.
I mean,
I feel like a lot of them are really good. You don't have the same.
They're all, I feel like a lot of them are super situational, basically. Like, for my character, I don't see myself clicking many of them. Like, okay, let's say I cope that the Spectre without any investment will stay alive, then that Beast Spectre node all of a sudden seems good. But if the Spectre doesn't stay alive and it consistently dies, then outside of a minion build, it doesn't survive. But if you want a minion build, you're going to want more than one freaking Spectre.
I tried it. Just so happens that Tuna rated me, but I got baited one league like a few leagues ago by a Crouching Tuna video saying I need to run Spectres in my build and it's going to give me Wrath for free. And then I tried it and my Spectre died immediately and I lost 15C and I yelled at him. But yeah, that thing dies in like half a second, especially the way we play the game, with like super high juice on all these maps, they die like instantly.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way they survive.
The one line of cope is you tell yourself the 3 extra rare odds are going to somehow giga multiply its EHP, but it's just, I think they're still just going to die. So it's like, I don't know. A lot of them I feel like are super niche, or they're like that node, which maybe it works, but you have to cope that the thing's not going to die on you. So
Okay, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you care or not, but what if instead of Cobra Lash later, you go with a Venom Gyre and you take some of the Vol Ascendancy points for Vol Venom Gyre because Vol Venom Gyre is kind of crazy.
do you know my history with Vol Venom Gyre? Do you know my dude? I
I
one
do
league I
know.
played Val Venom Gyre. I had never played the skill before, and I was just like, yo, maybe it'll shotgun a bunch. And its shotgunning was not like at all. It was terrible. I thought like I would like whirly blade over them and I'd get like 10 hits or something, and I was getting like 2 hits. It was like terrible.
Did you like scrap that build after a few days? I remember that.
I played it a couple days, then I was like, yep, this didn't work. The shotgunning is non-existent. That's one of those things where it's like, after that, I was like, okay, I'm making a hit count test character in standard, and I'm gonna test some of these things prior to like the league launch. But they just made that video that showcased the Valve EG, and it looks so freaking cool. But it was like a skill that didn't exist before. And I was like, I'm gonna play that. It looks cool. It's gonna shotgun so many times, and then it just did it. It was just it baited me. GGG baited me so hard.
Wait, wasn't that build also poison?
I think it was.
Wait,
But
so
yeah.
so you didn't learn your lesson from Vol Venom Gyre, and
Nope.
you're now going to now you're going to poison Cobra Lash.
Yep. I'm not gonna learn my lesson. We'll see if Take Two goes better.
I don't know about this one.
Dude,
I don't know about this one.
that's part of the fun
man.
though, man. Part of the fun is
that's
just sending it and see how it goes.
So these guys in chat, they don't want me to play any of my good builds, and they just want me to play Elementalist until I can grab the Cat Ascendancy Feral, and they just want me to play Cats. Do you think I should do that and just full send, no POV, because we don't even know numbers?
Yep.
Just full send Cats.
Yep. That sounds like a
That's
good
what you
idea to
would
me. That seems like, I don't know how that could fail. They want you to go Golem node plus the entire Cat Ascendancy. Just all the
basically just golems, just because because it's minion centric, right? Because you
the
need more
Tiger on
minions there.
crit, the attack speed, the
Do I just full send?
I mean I think that'd be, I mean, the people want it, right? Do you want to disappoint your chat and not give them the content of a lifetime? World first cat build?
I honestly think I disappoint my chat every single time I open my mouth, so I don't think it's much news to them.
Yeah, maybe so, but they I mean, it could be a good time.
They're spamming. They're spamming. He's right now in my chat because you know they freaking do this all the time. Anyways. So Cobra Lash locked in for you, like poison. You're set. This is what you're doing.
Unless they give us the breach ascendancy and it makes me want to play something else. Yeah, which I don't think they're gonna give us the breach ascendancy. I think they're gonna just let us find that on Leaguestart.
No interest in wands.
Okay, so wands. Okay, I'm looking at Kinetic Rain. The numbers just look stupid. It looks like it could shotgun consistently, and I'm having this PTSD from Venom Gyre where I was like, that looks like it shotguns a bunch, and I feel like it's too good to be true. I feel like it's a too good to be true thing.
That's how I feel too. I told my chat when GGG, like when you think something's too good to be true and it's either too good to be true or complete shit, most likely it's going to be complete shit in past experiences, but they don't want to believe me. And Fubgun, because they said Fubgun released the video and he said it overlaps a lot, and Fubgun's right. So none of them believe me.
I mean,
what's your opinion?
I want to think
it's gonna
that
be really shit.
There's no way they would give it 300% effectiveness per hit between like the main hit and the explosion and have it overlap like that. It doesn't make sense balance wise compared to every other wand skill in the game. So I feel like there has to be something they're not telling us with how the hits actually occur, whether or not it can even hit multiple times or something like that.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you something that I've never told anyone ever, except for Quantric. There's one instance where that skill might be good, even if it doesn't even if it works even if it's kind of messed up. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. I think the skill targets monsters, right? What if and there's a delay, there's a duration tag on the skill. You see, there's a duration tag on the skill, but it doesn't say where the duration is. What if the duration
The duration is
from
how
the
long
time it launched-
the things last on the ground.
Are you sure?
The anomalies, yeah.
Okay, even if that's true, do you think it's going to be like PoE2 because they copy pasted this skill over, where if you reduce projectile speed, it's going to go up and down slower?
I think the prop speed will probably affect how fast it. I think it's gonna be like similar mechanics to like blast rain or any of those rain of arrows skills that shoot up in the air. I think prop speed will probably affect how fast it goes.
What if we just stack worms on the ground and it's just targeting all the worms, and it's going to take a while for the projectiles to go up and go down? And then you're gonna shotgun the shit out of every single boss.
Why? Okay, wait. Why do you need the? I guess it's because you want to get multiple procs with the worms before the projectile hits.
No. I think the projectiles target.
They do target. They literally said that in the video,
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, but the square is huge.
Yeah. So you're thinking
Right?
drop
Like,
the
if it's
worms
not
next to the boss, shoot the projectiles out. If their AoE is large enough and they target the worms, you'll get the shotgun.
Yeah. And you're gonna get every single attack for like 5 attacks because you're gonna attack 5 times before, like, you know, it actually kills the worms, right?
You know what you could do then? You could go the +1 ring slot and just have 5 worm flasks.
True. Hey, Lance is already cooking.
Yeah, you break out the
worm slots?
+1 ring.
He's cooking, boys. He's cooking. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe that works. If the skill turns out to shit, it's gonna target for sure, right? You know, just drop some worms and freaking blast some bosses because, bro, like 13 times 300 is insane. for a skill,
It's
right?
yeah, it's crazy effectiveness.
Yeah.
I think there's also a chance they just freaking didn't balance it well at all, and it's just broken because they do that sometimes, right? Like some skills, they just somehow make them 5x the damage of the next closest skill in the same archetype, right? So
Yeah,
they could have also
that's
just,
true.
you know, the number guy didn't show up that day to be like, yo, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but they haven't done that in a long. What's the last time they did that? Penance Brand of Dissipation?
Penance Brand of Dissipation was the big one. I think the next closest one was like Ice Nova Frost Bolts. But yeah, those are both multiple leagues, multiple years at this point, right?
Yeah, that's like a long. That's like a lot. I mean, Frost Nova Frost. Yeah, it's that's when all the all quality gems came out, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Or whatever.
Zenith, Dissipation, Frostful Ice Nova, that was all the all quality gems.
Yeah, so that's a long time.
That was
And they
also
recently
them.
just
They did
started
like
doing
how
it.
many gems in one patch, right? Versus this is like 5 gems. So
Mhm.
they have way more time to go over them, I would assume.
Speaking of Zenith, I yelled at Connor earlier.
You yelled
Do
at
you consider
Connor?
me toxic? I yelled at Connor earlier. Connor, I yelled at him so much he spilled a secret. He told me one PoE2 league, he died the Rust King 15 times at Leaguestart. How do you feel about that? I need to know your opinion.
How do I feel about that?
Dying the Rust.
I
What?
I don't think that's surprising. Connor doesn't like care about being good at campaign, right?
You're not surprised at 15 Rust King deaths?
No. I mean, didn't he league start Maces like his first patch, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You've seen the videos. You've seen the videos, right? You've seen the videos. I'm sure you've seen the videos.
if you league start Maces on that first patch and don't know like some of the combinations that are good, you're gonna get farmed like pretty hard.
Yeah.
Did you league start Maces?
This league. Yeah, I don't like Maces at all. I hate Maces. The
Dude,
only thing
I
like
was
about
looking at
Maces
all
is
those
auto-attack.
built-in attack times and I was like, holy hell, I will pass.
Yeah, I don't like it. Did you like last league?
For PoE2?
Yeah.
I did, actually. I was going into that like announcement, I was like, I'm probably gonna be out within like a few days of this patch, and I ended up playing a month with the changes they did. I was pleasantly surprised because I was pretty doomer about PoE2 going into it. Did you like it or not really?
Wait, you're doomer about PoE2, but you're not doomer about Cobra Lash Assassin.
Well, I was doomer about PoE2 prior to the last patch. I'm more of a believer now. But
Okay, you're a believer now. Jonathan
Yeah.
has converted you. He's kind of converted me too, and these guys hate it.
they're still hating on PoE2.
Yeah, dude, I have a Discord channel with PoE2, and all they do is spam the PoE1 emote. You know, the one where Jonathan just flips you off. That's all
Yeah.
they do. There's like 9,000 messages of that emote in that chat.
I love that he started
off-season,
adjusting
that's all
his
they do.
glasses differently after that. Like he intentionally is thinking about it now.
Yeah, he scratched his ears the other day with his like index finger too, and people were like so upset because they were like, "We almost got another one," but it was his index finger. They were genuinely upset in my chat. They were like, "Why? Why index, dude?
Sorry.
They just want more emotes."
I mean, they're good emotes, right? Dude, I'm choking on water.
They're good emotes. Did they use that emote in your chat?
Sorry, I just inhaled water into my lungs.
Oh, shit, that's not good.
Okay, I think I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah. anyways, I think I've been wanting to do this call for a while because you know me and you have had our differences for like the last, you know.
We had our
X
drama
amount
that
of
one
years.
patch.
Yeah. And I mean, before that, I feel like we were like pretty decent friends, right? We like used to hang out. We freaking talked about some stuff together. We would.
I would
talk about builds
occasionally
together.
XDD chat from time to time.
Yeah, and I feel like that whole subtractum thing kind of ruined like kind of everything. So this is my effort. This is me reaching out. This is my effort of reaching out and trying to bring
Extend
things
the
back to
olive
normal.
branch.
Yeah, extend. Oh, it's not even that. I just feel like I don't know. We're one community, right? We shouldn't be like hating each other all the time and freaking talking shit, except for like certain people that that abuse this community for their own financial gains. I think the rest of us like legit like content creators or legit
Certain people. You about to
video
name
game
drop?
creators.
We're going for drama number whatever this is.
I don't know, man. I asked Tuna before I talked to you. I asked Tuna if you can name one person that you hate in this community. Who is it? Like he didn't say anything, but he did type something out. So afterwards, so I'm trying to like get a lot of names together so I can like leak all the DMs at once to like create massive drama. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Max farm it. Peak
This is
efficiency.
gonna be like the best video you've ever seen. Everyone and who they hate in the community. It's gonna be insane.
So if I see you're gonna go around DMing everybody in private, be like, yeah, I'm not gonna share this. Just give me the details. Get the master list going.
And one day, the sheet's gonna be released, dude. The files are gonna be released, dude. No, they're not gonna be called the Roosteen files, you little shits. They're about to spam that anyways.
I mean, if they were the Roosteen files, you'd talk about it a bunch and never release it, right?
True. It's not going to be called the Catstein files either, guys. Anyways, this is my effort to reach out. I hope we can do better in the future in terms of like not hating each other. Is that?
I'm down.
Is that good enough?
Sure.
Is that good enough? Yeah. we even used to do podcasts together for God's sakes. I mean, we did it like once or twice, right?
Yeah. I don't remember, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Anyways, I hope you have a good league start. Thank you for sharing your insights into E-Blade for everybody who wanted to know. Then now we can call Fubgun out on his list more. And yeah.
Good luck with that, and you better make your chat proud. Start the cat elementalist.
I'll think about it. I will think about it.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah. Forget these guys. These guys are toxic. Every day they're toxic. All they do is spam cat emotes. Like, who cares about them? Anyways, we'll catch up with, like later. Maybe like next PoE2 league or something. I'll like call you or something.
All right.
Bye.
Yep. See ya. That was Rue too, guys. Apparently he's getting pumped about Leaguestart. Ziz, I didn't say it when you raided, but thank you for the raid. Welcome to everybody who came from Ziz's stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well. That was a cat. I mean, it does sound very cat-like, but I can promise you, I'm 90% sure that is actually a human. Okay, maybe not 90, maybe more like 70, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. Dude, in the middle of that, I straight inhaled a bunch of water into my lungs. Whew. I was like struggling to breathe for a bit there. Took a sip of water, but then breathed at the same time, and it all just went straight into my lungs. Dead before Leaguestart? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Whew. I think I'm good though. I think I'm good. That's why I only drink beer. If beer goes into your lungs, it's just completely fine. It's only water that would take you out. He's gonna go Sybil's Paw ×2 with aspect of the cat. Yeah, he's gonna use the Papega Legend POV, right? The double Sybil's Paw. What is this? I'm planning to YOLO send Cobra Lash Assassin, which right now I've been working through a buy list rather inefficiently, but we're making progress, okay? We're making progress. I think we're making progress. An error. Is Mercenaries even a thing anymore? I don't know if Mercenaries is even a thing anymore. All right, this should be lower on the list, and I don't need 400 weight. There we go. 200 weight. We'll make it 150. 2 more hours till it's done. We'll be faster than that, probably, maybe. Hopefully. Probably should have this say, adjust waiting to upgrade. Yep. What's better, Leaguestart Day or birthday? Leaguestart Day, 100%. It's not even close. What's better, Leaguestart or any holiday / event, important event in your life? It's Leaguestart Day. Come on, let's be real here. You're gonna get married? Hate to say it, Leaguestart Day. Wait, don't tell my wife that. The birth of your first stillborn. Hate to say it, Leaguestart Day. Okay, no, I need to stop. This is gonna end badly for me. My wife's gonna be in chat. You're gonna leak her a clip of me saying Leaguestart Day over our wedding. Okay, I already said too much. That was, it was a joke. Just so we're clear, it was a joke. Okay, I would definitely take my wedding and the birth of my children before Leaguestart Day. Okay, if I had to choose whether or not I was gonna show up for, you know, one of my children being born or Leaguestart Day, obviously it would be a hard choice, but eventually I would conclude that I can bring a laptop to the hospital and still be there for Leaguestart Day. Okay, you got to multitask. Okay, you got to leverage the possibilities here. All right, it would be less efficient, you know, the computer would not be running as fast as my main PC, but you know, you have to make some sacrifices sometimes. Where is Mrs. Lance? We should be fine, okay? I don't think she ever clicks on links to clips or anything. I think we should be fine. Just be Lance and schedule when the kids are born to not be during Leaguestart Day. Dude, that is some tactical stuff if you were able to time that out. He's gonna die today from his wife. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. She would understand I'm joking. Okay, she would clearly, you know, you guys clip it out of context, whatever it is you do. She would clearly not fall for that. Okay. There's no way your little out of context clips would phase my wife. Okay, I'm fine. She wouldn't kill Lance. That would be too easy. Just like we won't forget price check day. I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. That doesn't even sound like a real thing. Price check day. That does not sound like a real thing. Is there any stats I need to add? Oh, crit multi for amulets, right? Do I use a rare amulet over an Ungles? Probably not for the most part, but we'll add it. Is Cobra Lash build bait or should I Leaguestart golems? I promise nothing for golems or for Cobra Lash. I would say start at your own risk. I'm going to play it. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't be. But I promise nothing. Okay? It just sounds like fun to me, okay? Necro lightsabers still on. I'm not starting Necro lightsabers, but you can. We put together a test character. I was going to post a video today, but I did not have enough time because I didn't sleep last night, and I ended up sleeping in the morning portion of the day. I was finally able to fall asleep, and that was the time frame I needed to post the video, so I'm going to try to post it tomorrow, probably. Lance is cooked for RF at the end of week 1. Hell yeah. 89 cold res, 2.4 million damage. Going with the Shavs. Now, I can't get behind Shavs, but you know what? To each their own, you know? To each their own. How expensive is Ivory Tower during the first couple of days? Ivory Tower is a 2C unique. If you're ever curious about any Leaguestart items... Okay, now... There's going to be a word of caution here. Okay? Generally... If you look at Pee-wee Ninja, you look at the full range of the entire league, you can get a feel for how expensive something is early on. The one caveat to this is if the item is like being super promoted for a very popular build. So for example, I would say Calm's Primacy. Last league, Calm's Primacy is not a very rare item. However, it was promoted in the most popular league starter, which I would imagine made it more expensive than it would have been otherwise. So this item, maybe on normal leagues, would be like a 2C item, but it was actually a 30C item because so many people were promoting it. And this is like, I don't know, T4, T3, T5, whatever. It's not very rare. The other thing is if the item is like a T2 rarity or higher and it's a semi-popular build. So this was like the example of a very common item being made somewhat expensive, but this is very common. If somebody suggests a T2 and it's a somewhat popular build, that can spike as well. So T3 or lower, somewhat popular, you're going to be fine. T3 or lower, the most popular build on Leaguestart, it will see some price hike, but not like an insane amount. But then somewhat popular for T2 or higher, then you can get some level of decent price in there, because T2s are quite a bit rarer than T3s, etc., right? So basically, look up the rarity of the unique and try to judge how popular the build's going to be. If it's only going to be somewhat popular, if it's a T3 or lower, it's going to be dirt cheap. If it's a T2 or higher and it's going to be somewhat popular, it might get like a divine to 2 divine price hike. So you look at the price history, figure out how popular the build's going to be, how much like views did the video get, how many people were saying, hey, I'm going to Leaguestart this, stuff like that. Try to gauge it a little bit. But if it's T3 or more common, it can price spike, but not by that much unless it's a super popular build. And even then, super popular, it looks like it topped out at 30C and went right back down, right? I need that axe at Leaguestart. Yeah, it's a good Leaguestart axe for sure. Thanks for the explanation. No problem. Hopefully it helped. Are we going to use Wasp Nest? No, we're going to use Elemental Claw. Wasp Nest is if you can't go Elemental Claw, but all damage poison should allow us to go Elemental Claw is the thought process. Dude, I'm going to finish this list. Okay. Rare ring, rare amulet, rare boots. I should probably put one in for the other rare items. Like Ungles, you definitely want to use over most rare amulets, but eventually you swap out of it, right? But if you don't have Ungles, say Ungles is expensive, getting just a random rare amulet is useful too, right? Is it bad that when I watched a friend play Oblivion yesterday, I thought I was in a LAN stream? No, that's good. That's the ideal outcome. I want you to associate Oblivion with me. The reason it was so expensive was because of snaking? Exactly. It was because it was a very popular Leaguestart that price hiked it. That's why I was using it as an example, because rarity, uniques, PoE wiki. Calm's primacy. This is not the right page. Is it this one? This is the right page, right? Yeah. Calm's primacy. It's a tier 4, right? Very, very common. But that was a super high play rate build. It was 20% play rate last league, right? Which is insane play rate for a league starter. Could you explain why you're going Assassin on Cobra Lash? I'm going Assassin because I want to use the all damage poison node. And then I want to try Nightblade scaling with elusive effect. That's the TLDR. I want to use the all damage poison node, and then we'll pair it with Nightblade scaling and see how it goes with Perfect Agony. When will the practice run be? Oh, I got logged out. Oh no. I guess it's swapping the realm. Is Mercenaries gone? Did it happen? Did they get transferred? Yep. Mercenaries is gone, guys. Mercenaries is gone. Rest in peace, Mercs, guys. Rest in peace, Mercs. Back to the pits of Charthus? Something like that, man. Something like that. Void League's my favorite league. How many of my Void League characters have I saved? Lance Void I haven't deleted yet. Am I allowed to like look at the character's gear? Can I do that with Void characters? I can. Yo, I can look at my character's gear. My word. So beautiful. What did I do? Holy. Percent ES. Mage Blood. Kraken Jack before it got divined. Imagine having a Legacy Kraken Jack, okay? That's a collector's piece right there, baby. Legacy Kraken Jack before it got the perfect divine. Yeah, rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Dude, I went through so many iterations of this tree. Look how disgusting that is. You may not like it. You may not like it, but this is actually what peak efficiency looks like. You may not like it. I know. How many builds are you going to see with a tree like this to start out with, okay? This is, believe it or not, this was a hyper efficient pathing, okay? I know you're looking at this right now and you're disgusted, but believe it or not, this was hyper efficient, okay? I know you might think it's not hyper efficient, but trust me, this was hyper efficient pathing, okay? I went through multiple variations and this was the best, okay? You may not like it, but that's peak efficiency right there. It hurts to see. Listen. It feels wrong, but trust me when I say this, this was the right choice. I went through a lot of variations on this Hyro tree, and this was the best. I tried multiple variations, and believe it or not, this was the best in the end. Did you use splits on this build? Yes, we did use splits. Splits were up here. We had a split pathing that went around this way. What do you think will be the number one Void character next league? The number one Void farmer next league? I think top contenders are going to be Templar, Glad, Occultist, maybe. I'm trying to think if Trickster still even falls in that category. I don't know if it does. I could see maybe like Escape Artist is a carry node, but I don't know outside of that. Like the Trickster got hit in a lot of ways this league. Trickster bad. I mean, I could see an angle where you steal Escape Artist potentially. I could see that maybe where you play as a Sabo or Assassin and steal Escape Artist maybe. Polymath is still good. Polymath is not good for Valdos. Recover on kill from Polymath is nice while mapping, but when you're talking Valdos, you're not sustaining through killing monsters. You have 5 very, very juiced mobs, which is the feared. That's the like Polymath was never good. That's not true. Polymath was good just on its damage multiplier. Now its damage multiplier is only kind of okay, depending on how many masteries you have. Valdos is scary possessed feared, yeah. I think my gut instinct is probably you know what? I could see Jug. I think I could see Templar, Jug, Glad, or Witch. I think it's gonna be one of those. I don't think it's none of the Rangers. Maybe you could pull it off with Shadow again, but you steal Escape Artist. Like Ephemeral Edge was very popular in Valdos this league, but that was last league, but that was Doriani's was carrying, and you can't do Doriani carry anymore, so that hurts a lot of those builds. A Miracle Scoping, Castle Stun Pathfinder. Well, he got a really big buff. A Miracle could be onto something because of the Schizo node or whatever. That's really, really, really powerful hit mitigation. But yeah, I could see one of those. I think this character was good for it, but I don't know. I was really stupid, and also I like giga low rolled. I'm pretty sure like in order for me to die to that thing, I had to miss multiple situations. I had to miss the block. He had to crit. Like the stars had to align for me to die to that. That was a Synth Slam death? Yep. Yeah, it was 40k ES, 1 Synth Slam. Do we have the clip? I don't know if we have it or not. That's the wrong one. I don't know if I made a command for it. I definitely made a YouTube video about it, though. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I would imagine one of those. Maybe the Delirium thing could be pulled off for a life-based build. The Delirium thing helps out life-based build tank a lot. Yeah, that's the Elementalist one. Hierovoid. Wait, you found it? You actually found it. For context, just so you guys know, just so we're clear, this guy who I traded had he bought a Progenesis from me, and I was gloating about trading even during voided Valdo maps. I was making a joke about I'm not going to lose this trade. You want me to trade in the middle of a void map? I'll do it. And due to that trade, I re-entered and treasure. This guy, before I had ported out, had apparently started the Synth Twirl Slam. One of the bugs that can occur is if you leave the zone when he starts it and you enter, it doesn't have the visual. There's normally a visual that's on the ground for this slam. The price was a bit... and he one-shot me, and I was within like, I don't know. I was like one step away from not even getting hit by it. Oh, what a failure. What a fail way to die. Replay it. You want to see it again? Glory and treasure. The price was a bit too. What? Oh my word. Glory. At least you got the trade. Yep, we made the trade. Yeah, for that to kill me, I had to not block. So I had 75% block chance. He had to crit and high roll, which he did. There was like it needed to not roll its Ziri, or not its Ziri, Solaris Pantheon. Like the amount of things that needed to occur for me to die to that was like, I don't know. It was like a 1% chance with me giga misplaying. How'd that kill you? He high rolled crit and none of my defensive procs procced, essentially. So like, for example, I have Flesh and Stone on this character. Flesh and Stone gives DR if they're within this radius. I was far enough so I didn't get the Flesh and Stone DR. That's like an example. I have crit immunity via my Merc, but because I had just walked in, my Merc wasn't close enough to the enemy to give the crit immunity. He has the what's the chess piece called that makes it so nearby enemies can't deal crits or something like that. So basically, because I giga misplayed, a lot of my normal defensive layers that would guarantee I don't die to this were not there. And then on top of that, he had to high roll his hit. Garb the Ephemeral? Yeah, Garb the Ephemeral. -1 excuse for lands. Now with async, you won't die. Yeah, I won't be able to die now to that, to leaving the arena and coming back. Yeah, nearby enemies can deal crits, and he wasn't close enough for that proc. Lacerate, Retaliate, Glad playable like a starter build. Is it playable? Maybe, probably. I think Garath has done Retaliate Glad as a league start before, I want to say, and he enjoyed it. I'm not really I have not played much with Lacerate or Retaliates, but I would think it's probably doable. I played it on 2 stones in SSF. It works. There you go. There you go. All right. Enough rehashing voiding, guys. We need to finish this buy list. All right. Is there anything else I need to add to this? Anything specific? I guess I don't have a rare shield yet. Do I ever use a unique shield? Let's look at unique shields. I remember when we were going to start a 2-stone run 2 hours ago. I sure don't. I never said I was doing a 2-stone run. The title says Assassin Preparation. What do you mean? Hey, Insilico, how you doing, man? How you doing? The league ended. Yep, Merc is officially over. Merc is over. It was a good one. See you next time, right? Cooking the Assassin POB. That's what we're working on. Yep. That is what we're working on. Anything super useful. If I had a way to proc blind, Kongming's a pretty good DR item. I redeemed the build check. Blackrife. Oh, did you redeem build review? Can anyone in chat verify? I just want anyone in chat saw them redeem that. I just missed it. Oh, I want to assume he's not lying. You're doing a KB occultist. You're doing badge. You're doing tamings. Flat damage wand, locust mines, charge mine, power charge stack, and that'll give you frenzy. So, okay, so have you ever played with locust mines? I'm gonna say right now, don't do this. If you've ever played with locust mines, in my opinion, it is one of the single worst playstyles in the game, except for Power Siphon. Power Siphon overwrites the targeting, but if you play non-Power Siphon, the consistency or like the feels of like chucking the mines behind the enemy to have it shoot back to you, it's really, really freaking awkward. Locust Mine with KB. Locust Mine, I think, it's Power Siphon exclusive. If you don't have a way to overwrite that targeting, I think you're going to have a very bad time. So that's the biggest thing I would say. I'm not... Kinetic Rain. Oh, are you just using this as a... Okay, if you're doing Kinetic Rain, then I think there's a chance you might be fine. So, with the targeting. But I just want to preface, Locust Mine QOL is horrendous. If it has overwrite targeting behavior with Kinetic Rain, which I think it does, potentially, then you might be fine. I chucked it in because it's the closest thing number-wise. Okay. Kinetic Rain, maybe. That might be a good use case of it. But yeah, that's my big caution is Locust Mine is very bad playstyle-wise if you don't have targeting. Even with targeting, like if you played Power Siphon before, it's still kind of awkward. So definitely be sure you're okay with Locust Mines in terms of a playstyle. In terms of gearing, you're doing Shock, Scorch, Brittle, Secrets of Suffering. You're getting Shock from somewhere. I guess I don't quite know where you're getting Skitterbot. Okay, you're running Skitterbots. All right, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Go for some minimum ailments. You have triple flat. What is your sustain method? You have a bit of regen from Occultist Ascendancy node. You have life on a Twilight Regalia. Never put life on Twilight. Just have a pure ES and grab the 15% life mastery. That's just chess pieces in general. You never want life on a chess piece, I think, typically. It's always just have the defensive stat plus the mastery. Cannot block, pen node. I would say... Are you doing... Doing some block here. Blocks. You're doing spell block. You're running Grace. Do you have any evasion scaling? You have Soul Thief. And that's it. I would say with this amount of evasion scaling, if all you have is Soul Thief, I would say go like Tempest, Flesh, and Stone rather than Grace, and go for like a block chance shield and try to get some better block into your character. Grace isn't supposed to be there. Oh, okay. But yeah, I was like, you don't have evasion scaling for it, so I don't think I would do that. Power charge. You have the curse stuff. You're doing Ellie weakness, I would guess, with conductivity because you have the +1 curse. Are you planning to go in stacking with Cobra Lash later in the league? Yeah, I think how it makes sense for late game. It's just so much flat. I was considering maybe doing like rare and going like Elegant Hubris, but I think the flat's too much to pass up on. He's better off running a Piscators. Piscators isn't very good. I mean, his rare wand isn't very good, but that doesn't mean Piscators is good. Okay. I think looking at this, I'm not a fan of the starting pathing here. Let me open this. You definitely want all the power charges you can get. All of these should be grabbed. You get a bunch of percent damage scaling from the spell damage from this, from the spell damage from everywhere you have spell damage with kinetic rain is like 200% effectiveness. So you should be considering those things more. These nodes, this is a pretty good block wheel. If all you're grabbing is safeguarding here, this wheel gives similar amounts of block while giving you percent spell damage. I don't necessarily like your starting choice. You're not grabbing this jewel socket. I feel like it'd be worth to do this pathing over this pathing. In terms of like spell damage, nodes are very, very efficient compared to the nodes you're grabbing. Definitely need to drop some things here. What Mind Masters do you have? Mines can't be damaged. Enemies apply reduced damage. Those are very efficient. I think that stuff's not worth the pathing if you aren't doing res invert because you're going double curse. I don't know what level you were when you linked me this POB, but this feels really bad in my opinion. I feel like you'd want at least a large. What's going on?
It's a big bloody nose. Oh, no one.
Nolan's has a bloody nose.
Uh-huh.
All right, hold on.
We need your help.
All right, hold on. All right, well, I'll be right back. All right, let's go help Nolan. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Nolan had bonked his nose pretty good and was bleeding a bunch, so I was helping clean some stuff up. We got it under control. Sorry, what I was gonna say before that is I feel like if you're taking the time to invest into Secrets of the Suffering, I feel like you at the very least you should commit to a large. For example, Wander, I would consider a spell cast cluster because there's a lot of like spell damage nodes are really good in terms of effectiveness of percent damage scaling. Attack speed doesn't necessarily help you a ton. I would even consider trading, like, I don't think this wheel is very good. It's okay. I would even consider like this, because this gives you access to reservation efficiency. I feel like Prodigal Perfection is just a better wheel. This can give you that instack node here. +1 proj. So if you're doing Kinetic Rain, this +1 proj isn't going to make too much of a difference. The only reason I think you click this wheel is if you specifically want to do Expedition for the block, for fighting the block, basically. Because attack speed doesn't scale at all with Locust Mine. So this is Expedition only if you're doing this. I would never click this if you weren't doing Expedition. So just take that out if you're not playing Expedition. If you're talking a pretty high level character, which I think you are at this point, I think honestly you should probably just go CI. Like this tree is really like a lot of passives. I probably added a few with power charges and stuff, but I think you really should consider recover when you take Fizz, swapping a lot of these life nodes into like ES wheels, and just go CI. I think that's something you should consider. Large cluster. Back to Cookie Pop for review nonetheless. Well, okay, so there's a few things where this character I think is going to work out well. The things that I like that you're doing is if Kinetic Rain overwrites the targeting, this may be one of the best uses of the skill. If it overwrites Locust Mine targeting, Locust Mine is insane for scaling in terms of how much damage multiplier it is, but it's dependent on the targeting thing. So if it works for the targeting, this might be one of the best uses of Kinetic Rain. Badge of the Brotherhood plus Occultist, going power charge stacking, getting the throw speed, I think that works really well. And then I think it's a matter of figuring out your defensive kit a bit more. I just think you should be playing like either pure CI or you play hybrid to start off with, but you should, once you get ES gear, you should probably just go CI. Rain skills in general can't be used with mines. Is there a tag for rain skills? Does it say you can't be used with rain skills? Channeled skills. It doesn't say that. Nothing on rain says it can't be used with mines. Locust Mine might not support it. Are you sure? We just testing game real quick. Oh, it's our Valdo character. Let's go to hideout. Rain of arrows. You're right. He might be right. It might just not work. So you might be cooked from that alone, maybe. Need to look at the transfigured version. Well, they didn't give us much details on the transfigured version. Does not have cannot be used with mines. Yeah, but that's what we're testing right now. This is an example of a skill that like shoots up and shoots down. And it clearly does not get supported by locust mines, right? So you may have that issue occur. Supports attack skills, bow skills, and fire projectiles ahead. Oh, does it say that? It does say that, the first line. Fire projectiles ahead. Which I guess it depends whether or not low or kinetic rain considers that ahead, but it's not like it probably doesn't, right? Are you gonna make a build guide for this, like campaign, mid gear, giga gear? Not that in depth. I'm gonna make a campaign run. I'm gonna have some suggested gear things. I'm gonna say this is what I plan to do, and we'll just see how it goes. That's usually what I do for Leaguestart plans. Yo, Congor, what's going on, man? Congor, what are you playing? What are you getting excited about for Leaguestart? But yeah, I think a lot of what I'm saying stays the same. Is if you want to scale the wand skill, the spell damage nodes are a lot more impactful. I don't think I would skip these. Like, they're pretty efficient per point, considering spell damage gets like twice the effectiveness. And then I'm less sure about some of the pathing here, like unless you're doing expedition, stuff like that. The other thing I will say about occultist is I feel like you're only getting half an ascendancy. Like, the +1 curse explode thing is not doing you a lot of favors for this character. Unless you get like curse on hit and start scaling that chaos explode. I don't think it's going to matter too much. I'm going to do a Zenith start, maybe some spin to win, Congor. You're going to do Zenith start, maybe some spin to win. Have you played Zenith on start? Are you getting lured in by Connor, or are you going to do your own custom setup? Curse Explosion is placeholder for Bloodline. All right, fair enough. Yeah, well, if you have some decent Bloodline nodes to pick instead of it, for sure. I've even SSF'd it before. Oh, snap. You're a Zenith main, it sounds like. How expensive is Abyss Jewel stacking? Week 1 and 2. I don't think it'd be too expensive. It's pretty out of the meta to do Abyss Jewel stacking stuff. Going with all reliable then. If it's been consistent for you in the past, why not? I'm going with YOLO send something I haven't played before, and hopefully it works out. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go Arrows Icicle Miner and go hard into Legion since they nerfed the power T17's Unbound. Yeah, the Isop Unbound. His Isop character does really good clear. Has Arrow made his Leaguestart video for it yet? So I need to do a rare shield. That's what I was doing for my buy list. A rare shield. I remember now. You know, we could use Apep Slumber if we lean into the self-poison memes early on. That doesn't freaking hurt, right? It's got OKES, some flat damage, max res, and some Some regen, right? It's not bad. The dual image extra strength stack, right on Vertilac. Gonna do something you know you're comfortable with. Fair enough. He's waiting to see if any of the new Ascendancies would be sick. Yeah. Which a lot of them are kind of mid a little bit. We'll see how some of them play out. Bitterpoint Bind, Wrathpith. The new wall skill might make the Icicle Mine pretty mid AF. Yeah, it'll depend how much hits it can do and what the quality of life is on it. Which might be pretty solid, we'll see. Bitterpoint, Malachai's, Wrathpith. Will the wall work on spells? My guess is probably not. It'll probably just work with Wander skill. Well, I don't know. It might. Yeah, it might just interact with any projectile, maybe. They didn't give us the actual like skill gem tooltip, right? I wonder how the rage gloves from Seller's Balls interact with Oshabi Rage. Every time you hit full rage, you lose all your rage. So every time it procs, it would take you down to no rage. That would be very anti-synergistic, I think. Yo, we got the Cat W raid. Yo, thanks, Rutu. Welcome everybody from Rutu's stream. How you guys doing? Guys, did he commit? Did he promise you he would give you guys the Elementalist Cat Leaguestart? Did you guys get him to get it, sign it, get him sign the dotted line? He did? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cat build, min-max supreme. He promised? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's gonna do cats on crit as well. he's gonna do the cat ascendancy and then do cast on crit. The freaking, I guess it would be FR, right? Because those are freaking cats. Does Solarend have a cat MTX? I think it's just for min, right? Did you see this ruined Jung pick? Did I see this ruined Jung pick? This is like old, right? This is from like 2 years ago, right? I think this is that. Yeah, I've seen that. It was a while ago that happened, right? Soren has cat as well. There you go. Can we watch some cat videos? Right now I'm doing the slowest assembly of a buy list imaginable. This is close to good enough, right? No, I need to make a freaking buy order for jewels too, don't I? Standard trade. Well, I'm just trying to freaking set up the buy list so I have it ready for when I league start. Stalling on the buy list? Yeah, I've been stalling on the buy list. I should do a weighted sum for jewels though, right? Jewels are good, right? Attack speed claws. Attack speed one-handed weapons. Attack speed holding a shield. Classy stuff. What do you think about this assassin? What do I think about this assassin? That's freaking, it's not an assassin. Can't believe I clicked on that. Have you done a practice run yet? I did one run to Act 5. I need to do like an actual like full campaign run though. I was gonna do a run today, but I felt like crap, so we're doing a buy list instead. Frick you for adding embalmers to your list. Embalmers? It's a nice early cheap 5 link. Embalmers is like a T5, man. Okay, having this on here isn't gonna make it expensive. Okay, it's just a freaking like cheap. It's a cheap 5 link. Okay, you'll be fine. You have things in the buy list with live search, or just preset to find them fast. Just preset to find them fast. Like let's say I'm league starting. All of a sudden, I get a little currency to my name, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna go buy myself a Dendrobait, and so it's just like it just has easy access. Oh, I need to go buy myself a cheap 5 link. You know, that's all it's for. It's just keeping all the uniques or rares that would be usable for my character in like a short little list, so I can just like have it all in one place and easily search it if I decide, you know what, okay, I'm going to go for reverse chill. Let me just go buy that real quick, you know? It also prevents you from forgetting your yeah, exactly. Yeah, have a like a place where you have all your upgrades right there. That is the thought process, at least. I literally just do this for whenever I make a league starter. I do a buy list for myself, and then for if people are gonna like copy what I'm doing, then it's useful for that. If people want the buy list, they can import it. Where's the mini cam? I don't have a mini cam right now. I feel like crap, man. Don't look at me. Did you consider the Cosprey's will tech? Cosprey's will tech. Stop. Okay. You know, I should mentally engage the part of my brain that realizes that a lot of you guys just came from Roostream, and I cannot trust you guys to not link me cat videos. Wait, is this actually what you guys do to Rue all day? Just repeat, link him to the same cat videos on over and over again? I feel like it's like one thing to deal with Papega Legend, but like multiplied by 100, because it's not just Papega Legend. It's like it's freaking the Legion. We link new cat videos as well. Max life increase. Are you gonna do Heist in the Frost? Were there any changes to the build? Build is pretty unchanged. The biggest thing is Whisper's got a nerf to its ES. So you're gonna be at like 10% less ES, but that doesn't stop that build from being good. Frost is very, very good scaling. I think you'll have a good time. What is the plan for this build? Hey, Combustion Bug. What is the plan for this build? The plan is Leaguestart as Poison Cobra Lash, swap into Ellie Cobra Lash Poison on Cruel Lab, then swap into Perfect Agony once we get an Ungles, and then swap into Howa late game, because Howa's pretty freaking good flat damage scaling. That's the rough skeleton plan. And then we're doing like some Nightblade stuff, which hopefully will feel good. I don't know. I haven't played Nightblade ever since it got nerfed, however long ago that was. You can use Rain of Arrows with high impact mines, so maybe Kinetic Rain, high impact, and Minefield would be good if it works. I don't know. I don't know if, like, if you're gonna play attack mines, if it's not Locust, its scaling is quite a bit less efficient, because wands can have pretty good attack speed, right? So I don't know if that'll feel good. It feels worth if you could do it with Locust Mines, because Locust Mines is such a huge multiplier, because you don't have like the less throw speed and stuff. But it's like, you can only do Locust Mines with Power 7, because that gives you the overwrite targeting. Where do you get Chance to Poison? Chance to Poison you get everywhere. Chance to Poison is not a hard stat to get. You can get it on Implicit on Gloves. You can get it on Herald of Agony. A lot of the good poison nodes on the tree have Chance to Poison. You can get it on your freaking Claw. You can get it on various items. Like, for example, Ice Fang has like 25 Chance to Poison or something. Cobra Lash has 40% baseline. It's not too hard to get 100% Chance to Poison on. Like, the Cobra has 40 built into it, right? So that like already gets you most of the way there. And then a lot of nodes on the tree have Chance to Poison on them. A lot of the good poison wheels. Where are the POB files for this build? I have so far have made... what do we have so far? We have tree leveling progression from 14 to 84. That's all we have done on our tree. No gear. It's gonna be just fine, okay? All you need is a tree, right? You don't need more than that. Is it still crucial max chance with the new assassin? Max chance. What do you mean by that? If you're playing a poison build, you need 100% chance to poison. Or if you mean like, if you're playing Perfect Agony, yeah, you want to be crit capped. How does poison work? Does it scale with the hit damage itself? It scales based on like the base damage of the thing that's hitting. So for example, your claws, flat elemental matters. It scales based on percent damage scaling for poison damage, chaos damage, or percents that affect the damage type you're inflicting the poison with. Like for example, if you're inflicting the poison with elemental damage, then percent elemental damage will scale it. Anything that says hits, projectile damage, attack damage, that stuff does not scale it. It's, I don't know. Ailments are one of the, I think, least intuitive things in the game in terms of like stuff that's like, you would think, oh, if I scale my attack damage and I'm poisoning with an attack, you'd think it would scale, but it doesn't. Basically, just look up the poison wiki page. It'll give you some examples of things that do and don't work. It's a little bit counterintuitive. Why Cobra Lash? Why Cobra Lash? I haven't played it before, and it looks like it's a fun skill to play. Like it, you know, it has a bunch of built-in chains. You can add a few projectiles via clusters, so it should be like pretty good clear speed. It's got okay effectiveness. Its effectiveness is like what, 350 with like 20% increased attack speed. Like, I would instantly double, triple my damage if I clicked Molten Strike, which we could do that, I guess, for single target. But realistically, I just looks like a fun skill to play. Hey, Theros, how you doing, man? I just want Poison Spark Assassin to work. I would imagine you can do Poison, like, Assassin with any elemental skills, and they should be probably pretty doable. Like, I think of the all damage of Poison node. I look at that, and to me, it says budget OSIN. So any build that's like a good OSIN build potentially will work as a assassin build. That's like the closest association I can see. Is if it's a good OSIN build for a poison build, then maybe it'll be good with assassin. No elementalist after all. Yeah, I wanted to play the assassin because it got a bunch of changes, so it's new. I like playing new things. Things that are like got like significant changes. Last league I played Elementalist because it got a bunch of changes. This league it's Assassin that got a bunch of changes. The Assassin node is like free pneumatic dagger. Yeah. The built-in pneumatic dagger is a good way to look at it too. And then you're not pigeonholed into dagger. So like for example, my thought process is that opens up something like Hawa, which gives you way more base damage scaling than you can get from a rare dagger. Free in quotation. Well, yeah, obviously you have opportunity cost of like your ascendancy, right? But that's just like, that's the value it represents is the replacement for things like that. Dagger node, all damage poison. That is like, if you don't want to get any poison chance throughout, that's a good filler way to get poison chance. It does not do that much for Cobra Lash, in my opinion, because you have so much base poison chance, and poison chance isn't that hard to get. But yeah, if you're struggling to get poison chance, it's a decent option. Is that dagger specific, though? I know it's Adder's Touch, right? Yeah, you have to be using a dagger, so it's limited to daggers. I like the claw wheels more than I like the dagger wheels. Are you going for multi follow-throughs? Follow-throughs are definitely going to be very good. If you like have any sort of like gear. I haven't made a POB with like any real gear, but follow-throughs are good if you actually have like, you know, you're at the point where you're getting cluster jewels. Follow-throughs are 105 damage baseline without any extra chains, right? Endgame Claw, thoughts about Void Claw? I don't think any rare claws outside of like a mere tier synth claw competes with Hawa. Hawa's like just so much flat is the main issue. Like rare claws, you get 120 to 210 It's like 150 average. 111 to 189 is like 150 average. You know, 21 to 344, it's like, you know, 170 average. Your base damage for a rare claw, you're looking at 500 to 550 base damage. Obviously you can roll attack speed, and instead of 1.6 of Howa, you can have like a 2.05 or whatever attack speed. But the thing is, Howa's base damage at 1k int is already 600 base damage. And 1k int is like, you're not even trying. 2k int is very doable. 3, 4k are also doable. Like if you have base damage, I just don't think it keeps up. Did you just say when we're gonna get the skill gems? I don't think they did. Maybe we'll get them a couple days before. I would assume we would get them at least like a day or two before. We only have so many days before Leaguestart, right? What's the benefit of going Howa Poison over Howa Hit Base? What's the benefit? I'm literally just doing poison because of the all damage poison node. Whether or not hit base would be better, I mean, maybe it would be better. I'm literally clicking poison because I want to use the all damage poison node. The thought process was not, it was never, let's think about how good this would be as hit based. It was always just, you know what? This is a use case where I use it poison. Whether or not that would be better as hit based, I mean, it might be. I'm just gonna send it as poison and see how it goes. I'm forcing the all damage poison. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't be. You feel me? Don't think just send. Yep. Just send. We'll see how it goes. When are we gonna get the patch notes for nerfing all the builds content creators have been preparing for? Usually if they do that, it's like, it's at the bottom of the patch note page whenever they do revisions, which usually they do it like once a day or something like that. If they revise numbers, or, you know, that's where they would have it, I think. It's not like a new post. Usually it's like a revision to the post, and then it says show what changed at the bottom of the patch notes page. Is it weird that the one I'm most excited for is the one we haven't seen teasers of, Theros? You're talking about Semantic Shell, aren't you, Theros? Or something else? The like the contagion style of spread. The description of that sounded pretty cool. Is that the one you're thinking of, or something else? I'm talking about Semantic Shell. Yeah, I don't freaking know. I mean, I guess we're just not even gonna get a preview of what it looks like. Bloodline? I don't think we're gonna get the Bloodline. I feel like they released all 6. They released everyone all at once except for Breach. That feels like they're not gonna give us the Breach one. What's Somatic Shell? Somatic Shell is the only reference point we have for Somatic Shell is the patch notes. It's this thing. They didn't showcase it. They didn't show a gem of it. All we have is this description, which, as far as I'm understanding how it works, is, and keep in mind I might be misunderstanding the description, but let's say you have, like, you know, you have a mob here, a mob here, and a mob here. Is you shoot it out, it applies some like debuff thing, and then you keep shooting and it breaks, and then it will like travel to the next enemy, kind of like a contagion. At least that's what this description sounded like to me. On reaching the caps, the barrier will explode, dealing damage in the area and releasing a projectile which will seek another nearby target. So, I don't know. It says projectiles created this way can also apply Semantic Shell. Breach is most likely 3 choices of grassy male mods. Plan ahead now. The grassy male mods. My cope for the Breach one is it's actually separate from the Bloodline system. It's gonna give us the choice of 2 points in it, but only 2 points, and it'll have like 10 options. It'll be like a bunch of different Breach stuff. I'm gigacoping. Yep. It's gonna be more minion stuff. Surely not. We already had like 2 minion things. That's too many, let's be honest. That's too many. You plan on using a cluster that gives you damage for remaining chains? Yes, that's a very good cluster for Cobra Lash. Very good for Cobra Lash. How are you going to scale defense? ES. ES, probably suppress, probably ghost dance. Initially, we'll just start out as a life ghost dance hybrid package, but then once we get real ES items, then we can just go block base recover on block. I feel like block base recover on block ES is just one of the lowest like cost intensive ways to get good defense in this game right now. Which assassin are you gonna take? All poison, Mistwalker, and then +1 power charge is gonna be my last point. Which I don't like the +1 power charge, but a lot of the bloodline ascendancies don't seem great for this character. So that's my current plan. Is Divine Shield a thing? Divine Shield's quite strong, but you need to have your armor higher than your ES, and you need to have a combination of either very good PDR, or you need to have block, because block works for Divine Shield well, as well. There's poison chance, poison duration. I don't think I actually want those. We already have so much poison duration from assassin. I don't want to overinvest into poison duration because then you just have like a forever long ramp. Can I have an invite link for better trading? I will include it when I make the when I finish the POB and make a video on the character. So it will be there. I'm not gonna like, this isn't like I'm like hoarding this. I'm gonna finish it, and then when I make my video on the character, I'll have it in the POB. It'll be, you can copy it from there. Would sadism support be any good after the buff? Sadism support? Sadism support? What are they doing to it? I didn't even realize they buffed it in the patch notes. Okay, I thought I had patch notes open, but I guess I don't. Sadism, ailments inflicted by sport skills now deal faster. Previously 60 to 90. Less duration is 70, previously 80. For poison, this sucks. For ignite, I don't know. I feel like a lot of your best ignite skills are usually like slow hitting things. You know, like you have eviscerate, something where you have to proc the retaliate. You have flame blast, you have to charge it up. For Mamba, it'd be good. Yeah, Mamba would be a good use case for it because you actually can attack somewhat regularly and it's only one poison. This is the patch notes? Yep. Whenever they make changes down here, like this will also be the change that is up there. Usually, like, this is just telling you that they changed something, but it'll be written that way up there. So they did something for Evolving Shrine that they changed, I guess. I don't know. There's not a lot of things that can use sadism. Mamba maybe is one of the good use cases. Yo, Pox. What we do in life? How goes an eternity? Yo, Pox, thanks for the raid, man. How you doing? Welcome everybody from Pox's stream. How you guys doing? Pox, how do you feel now that we got the bloodlines? Did you notice any good RF bloodlines in there? Pretty good. I got League merged halfway to my Void Stones on RF. Yeah, I think I completely forgot about the League merge. I didn't even know what was happening today. I've been mentally pretty MIA because I just couldn't sleep last night because I've been dealing with I don't know what kind of virus I got. Val guy's kind of good, but Chieftain, I don't know. Yeah, I like the Val guy for RF, for Val RF, but outside that, I was like looking at all the other ones and they're just, nah, they're not it. The deli stuff could be kind of nice, but the investment to deal with the debuffs, it's a lot. It's a lot of investment to get the faster debuffs. Every time I look at Beacon of Madness, I just feel like it's too much investment to get the amount of, like, now that it's only 2 seconds for application, like that helps it out a lot, but it's still in the category of, I don't know, man. It's a lot of investment to get the faster debuff you need. If I get one more person asking me about Spectre Righteous Fire with the Bloodline, I'm gonna Leaguestart Whispering Ice Champion. Wait, why are so many people asking about Spectre Bloodline? Oh, that's so funny. Leaguestart Champion Whispering Ice. Oh my word. I can respect that. They read 3% regen, 100% damage. I mean, if that's all it was, that doesn't sound bad, right? But the Spectres are gonna die. Unless the three rare mods apply to them randomly gives them like way giga tank and they survive even if you're not a minion build, but I think that node it's not good for Spectre builds because you don't want to only have one Spectre, but then for non-Spectre builds, you don't have any minion scaling and they're just gonna die. At least that's what it feels like to me. They're just gonna die. Never thought I'd see the day where Pox crashes out. I didn't think I'd see the day where the Pox crash out involved going champion Whisper Ice. That's holy. I might use it for my anime weapons. It's okay for anime weapons, but even then it's not. So like, here's the problem. Here's the issue. It limits you to having not only one Spectre, but you have to use a B Spectre to get the benefit. And the problem with that is, where is it? This spirit exists. This guy gives Wrath and Lucky Lightning. Because this guy exists, it makes that node questionable. Like if you're trying to use Spectres for like their benefits they give you, this isn't a beast. You can't use it with that node. So your biggest damage multiplier Spectre all of a sudden is getting forced into like being a haste Spectre or something, which might just die on you, you know? Not to mention like animate weapon, you get this too, right? Nearby constructs, 100% increased damage, 30% attack and cast speed. Like this is insanely good for using with animate weapon. Like that's the problem is a lot of your animate weapon Spectres are not beast ones. Use the turtle one? Yeah, you could get the D term. But it's just like, you're using an ascendancy point, and you're giving up this guy, which is 100% damage, 30% speed. You're giving up this guy, which is Lucky Lightning and Wrath. Right? Like, it's a pretty big opportunity cost. Pretty sure there's like a perma onslaught one, right? Nearby allies have onslaught and call, right? They're like, there's a lot of these are good multipliers. So yeah, I don't know. You use it on a non-minion build? See, that's the problem though. If you use it on a non-minion build, you have no minion survivability scaling, which then results in you have a minion that's probably just gonna die to like the slightest breeze. So then what's that? You start your T17 map, your minion dies at the start. Guess what? Your action speed protection you were depending on doesn't exist anymore, and all of a sudden you can't run the action speed map. You know, like stuff like that. Like it's very if you're just doing like easy content and your thing isn't dying, like sure, by all means, but if you're pushing some harder content on a non-minion build, I think they're just gonna die. Construct, Spirit Warlord, and Forest Warrior, yeah, all of those are really good. So, FYI, the hulking buff is only 50%, not perma. Oh, okay. I mean, it's still really good. Like 30% speed, 100% damage. Even that's 50% uptime is still quite strong. So that's, I don't know. That's where I'm like looking at a lot of these nodes. I'm just I have a suspect. I'm looking at them very suspectly. Do the move speed one for heist? Yeah, that's an option. Oh, shoot, dude. I'm out of water, man. I need hydration. All right, you guys have homework. I'm going to go fill this water. When I get back, I need you guys to have a suggestion for any stats for a jewel search that I'm missing, okay? We are attack-based poison claws who's going perfect agony, okay? When I get back, you guys better have some good advice for stats that I should include in my weighted sum search for the jewel. I'm going to get some water real quick. Homework, yes. Okay, I will be back. You better have a good suggestion when I get back. All right, I've returned. I expect good suggestions. I left, and I assigned you guys some homework. What is a stat I can include in my weighted sum? Okay, what was the consensus? Max res, mana cost, RMR, cheese, corrupted blood. Oh my word, that guy is freaking carrying the rest of you bums. Oh, those were great suggestions. Max res, holy RMR. Freaking carrying, I swear. That was he had good suggestions. Light radius. I'm not including light radius. Mana cost, I'm not so sure about. Why is cheese in your list? Yep, that's not a thing. That's not an option. The dog ate my homework. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I PM'd him privately. Oh yeah, you guys, you pulled it together. How does cheese affect the poison DPS? It's a multiplier. Every slice of cheese you consume is 5% more poison DPS. It's a well-known fact. That's why at Leaguestart I have a stack of cheese slices next to me. You know, I need a little bit more DPS on, let's say, you know, Act 5 Katava. Start consuming, you know. Corrupted blood. I don't think I include Corrupted Blood. Oh, do I include? Let's include Abyss Jewels. Actually, let's include Abyss Jewels. Am I gonna regret that? Is this build going to be Energy Shield? Yeah, late game will be ES. ES is just way better than Life. If you have any semblance of access to it. My thought process is very few times when you're making a character with really good gear, is it ever the answer to not be ES? There are exceptions to that, but I feel like it's just the rare gear is just crazy. I don't know why GG hasn't nerfed it. Almost every late game build is CI. It's just like it's really just the numbers just are not close, right? Any mid-level of investment into ES currently, get your 10k plus. Mid-level investment into Life, you're 4 to 5k. High investment into Life, you're like 7, 8, maybe 9, but that's like really pushing it Life scaling. You start pushing ES, you're talking 20, 30, 40k, you know, it's just not comparable. Recoms make crafting really easy. Yeah, dense fossils, recoms, it's I don't know. I would assume they're gonna, you know, try to balance it eventually, but right now it's not close, I don't think. For highest DPS RF, we do have a choice for Fire Trap and Scorching Ray. Highest DPS for RF. Late game, I think highest RF DPS is Ivory Tower Scion RF, which you just use Scorching Ray for utility of inflicting a higher exposure. But if you're talking like Leaguestart, Fire Trap is very good because it lets you move around. I personally like Scorching Ray because the Scorching Ray Shaper MTX I think just looks cool, so I just always do that. Also, the Scorching Ray got some solid buffs, so it's actually pretty decent damage-wise now as well. Just go Dissolution, all empty red sockets. I might do that this league. I might be tempted to. Okay. Actually dealt crit recently, phasing. I feel like damage over time while holding a shield is a stat on Abyss Jewels. What a weird stat. Damage over time while holding a shield. All right, that's it. Let's look at Abyss Jewels. I'm like forgetting what other Abyss Jewel mods we can get. I probably should include like flat damage because the flat damage rolls are actually like considerable, right? But I don't really want to be honest. Kind of want to be lazy about it and just not worry about it. Sign empty socks with all empty socket ascendancies. Fourth node, kind of cool. Yeah, McNug. I think we'll do a Relic of the Pack build with that this league. It's very tempting too. Generic attack speed we don't have yet. All right, we'll do that. Dude, yeah, Relic of the Pact is so fun. Relic of the Pact got a huge amount of buffs this league. Empty socket node is sick for Relic of the Pact. Fullborn, Who's You Watsy is sick for life scaling for Relic of the Pact. Man, I might have to play Relic of the Pact this league. It's been a while since I played Relic of the Pact. Relic of the Pact's really fun. Do you have a video how this build will look like late game? I'm new to PoE, looking for some fun builds. I do not have a video on it, Carpe, and I'm not going to make a video for that because I'm just YOLO sending it. My league starts usually what I do is I have a rough outline of a plan, like, you know, rough tree progression. I'll do some campaign runs to just say, okay, this will work on Leaguestart to get me to maps. And then I just kind of wing it from there, and I'll make daily updates. I'm not promising anything in terms of the build being good. I'm just that's what I'm going to do, and we'll see how it goes. Copy at your own risk. Usually it works out okay, but sometimes it goes badly. Basically, I don't know how many years ago at one point, I had a really bad league start with Venom Gyre. But for the most part, my league starts usually go well. But if you raw dog it, there is a non-zero chance something goes horribly wrong. Concept of the plan, you got the idea. Unique shield with retaliation, scaling plus levels of eviscerate for insane added damage. Worth thinking about. Yeah, I mean, you could do that if you want to go like ignite eviscerate. It's still a 4-second delay. I'm not sure it'll feel that much better than just blocking an attack and then proccing it. Is there a POB for Cobra Lash? That's what I'm working on right now. Right now I'm doing the buy list. We have the rough tree for the starting tree done. Why is Venom Guy bad? I made some assumptions about how much it would shotgun. Basically, turn this down a bit. It's too intense right now. Basically, they showcased Venom Gyre, where there was like, you would whirling blades through the enemy, and it would shoot out a bunch of like projectiles. And my thought process, I was like, yo, there's no way this skill's gonna be bad. I'm gonna get like 10 hits every time I whirling blades through the enemy. Basically, I made an assumption about shotgunning, which I should not have made. This was a while back. I was much more naive. And realistically, when I actually played it, I would do the whirling blades through. I wouldn't get like 10 hits. I would get like 2 hits, and it was like just it had a fraction of the potential damage I thought it was gonna have, because I was like, yo, look at this skill. They're whirling blades. They're gonna just be able to shotgun all these projectiles. Nah, it did not shotgun like at all. But that was my thought process. I was like, oh, Leaguestart, because they released a video and it looked cool, and I was like, yo, with all that shotgunning, the damage can't possibly be terrible. I've never had it be that bad. I've got 10 to 15 hits at max stacks. Well, my experience was the amount of hits I was getting was not great. I did, to be fair, drop it pretty early on, so I didn't like fully realize the potential of the build, but I don't know. My initial experience with it was not great. So that was my takeaway. You know, there's probably other issues, like maybe how I set up the character was like flawed in other reasons. Whatever it may be, I still like the idea of just YOLO sending things, because I don't know, that's fun for me. It sucks early for sure. Okay. Well, I definitely did not stick with it for very long. I think I played it up until doing like Shaper or something, and I was like, yeah, that was a slog. We post a new EB POV. EB didn't change at all. Like, there are a couple Bloodline Ascendancies you could maybe consider for Augury Penitence, but I think I would still probably take Augury Penitence. So, I could post an update video about it. We're kind of running out of time, so, but realistically, just look at my guide from last league. It's like 1 for 1 the same, pretty much. What skill works with E-Blade after campaign when starting maps? Wave Conviction of Charthus. Self-cast, I think, was the big winner from last league. That skill, I think, a lot of people enjoyed playing with. Just make sure, I think you have to run less duration on it, so you get the double hit consistently. Is Elemental's Earthquake Ignite slamming bad to start? I thought it was pretty good. I did an SSF run a few days ago, and it was the fastest 2-stone I've ever done, and it felt smooth the entire way through. So I liked it. I'm not gonna like make a endgame guide or anything about how to upgrade the character, but you can check the VOD if you're curious to see what it looked like. I did an SSF run with it to 2-stone. It felt pretty good to me. Elemental's Eviscerate Ignite, is it based? Bait? Nah. I think Ignite Eviscerate's good damage scaling. The only scenario where you consider that bait is if it's bait in terms of playstyle, because it is Eviscerate, so you are going to be doing a retaliation playstyle. So if you don't want to play that playstyle, that's the that's the thing where it's going to be bait for you, is if that playstyle is not for you. Do you think Frost Assassin is a good idea? Frost Assassin? I can't see it being better than Occultist. I think Occultist would just be better. I don't think I would go Frost with Assassin. I think the scenario where you click Assassin is the all damage poison, I have a hard time seeing the justification for the other portions of Assassin being worth it. So I think if you're doing all damage poison, which would imply like an elemental poison, right? If you're already a chaos build, then that all damage poison isn't relevant. So cast on crit assassin. Again, I would say other classes are better at cast on crit. I think Inquisitor's better at cast on crit. I think Occultist is better at cast on crit. So I'm just not necessarily convinced with the assassin nodes. Echoes in it there. Yo, Devil Cat, 2 Cat, man. Appreciate the raid, dude. Man, everybody's ready today. I feel kind of bad because I'm like, I'm not really feeling 100%, but thanks for the raid, Devil Cat. Appreciate you, dude. I'm gonna steal your Leaguestart and call mine. Hey, fair is fair, man. Fair is fair. Do what you gotta do. Although I promise nothing in terms of the builds working. So like you might steal my build and then it might just suck, you know? Yeah, that in that case you got outplayed, you know what I'm saying? Would you ever put Whispers of Infinity into EB? No. No. Whispers of Infinity, back when it had 400 flat ES, sure, great little budget amulet that you can just get some nice ES from. Now that it's only 100 ES, just a rare amulet will give you more ES scaling than that. Whispers of Infinity was like, with that 400 ES, it was a nice item for a lot of just ES builds because it's just a fat chunk of ES. But realistically, if you don't need... If it kills the ES and you were only grabbing it as like a cheapo item to get some nice ES early on, it's not the play. I want to play Pathfinder Cobra Lash, General Cry with Blade Flurry. Cobra Lash, General Cry, Blade Flurry? I mean, Gen Cry stuff seems like it's pretty decent, right? I mean, that might work. I don't freaking know. That sounds like it could work, though. Good thing you didn't do 100 million subs for Flickr. Oh, I don't think I needed to do 100 million. I think the 10K number is plenty to mitigate me having to do Flickr Strike. What's the gear progression right after campaign with E-Blade? Can I start mapping without full ES scaling? I did run. There's VODs of me doing a like an initial map scuff setup. You can do it. I don't particularly recommend it. I think it's much better to go straight into Sanctum, get your initial currency farm, and then get your gear swap to Ivory Tower, but you can go to maps if you wanted to. Again, I don't think it's particularly good for it. I think it's pretty scuffed. It's doable. It's workable if you want to. For those that don't want to do a Sanctum Leaguestart, I don't particularly recommend it, though. You found any good poison-related blood ascendancies? Not really, no. I finished my Water Elementalist run in 9 hours. Biggest Jungroan bait. Devil Cat, is 9 hours bad for you or good for you? 9 hours, I think, is like back when I was doing 2-stone runs. That was like, I was doing around 8 to 9 hours, I think. Bad. I got fast. I did the EQ Elementals. We did that much faster, but maybe I'm getting better at the game or that build was decent. I don't know. I usually do around 7 average. I guess we'll find out how many people log into the Jungroan Wanders on Leaguestart, see how it goes. If I can do Accent 9, then I'm happy. Hey, man. You got to be somewhere in terms of your speed. And as long as you're happy with it, that's a win. It's cringe finding a wand in SSF. Well, I mean, the upside on Trade League and with these new wand bases, you can actually, like, have a better chance getting the flat damage, right? If they have these attack-based wands, and you could gamble, like in-game right now, if I go to gamble on Faustus, I can gamble for the attack-based staff rather than the caster staff, right? So I guess the hope is that there will be a attack-based wand option, and you can gamble that to try to get a good flat, right? Won't it be easier with the attack-based ones? That's stuff. Yeah, exactly. Now that you can actually like not have all the extra caster tags screwing up your mods you hit. Okay, is this good enough for a jewel? I'm probably forgetting some relevant mods, but I gotta be honest, I'm tired of like... it's close enough. How valuable is attack speed? 5. How valuable is life? Shoot, I need to make this uniform with my other stuff. Oh, no. I don't remember what I did for the other ones. Did I value life at 0.5? I need to make sure it's uniform. I valued it at 0.5. Okay, 5 for attack is probably too valuable. If I valued that at this. 40 life would make this 8. Oh, this is percent life. Flat life. Flat yes. I'm not kidding. Flicker Strike is a T1 League starter, Devil Cat. I don't want to play Flicker though. The reason I don't want to play Flicker has nothing to do with whether or not Flicker can be strong, and everything to do with every time I've tried it. And I've tried Flicker, I want to say at least 5 times. Every single time I walk into a map, I start flickering, I get car sick, and I quit the build. I don't want to do it, man. I don't want to do it, okay? Please no. Okay, Grandpa, I'm just saying what it is, man. I'm just saying what it is, okay? All right. Close enough. Oh my word, look at this. The hell is this? What? Is this what standard economy is? Just mediocre that which was taken for multiple beers? What the hell am I looking at? That's crazy, man. That is crazy. I got some listed for 200D. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. Let's go 40 here. All right. That should be fine. Would you prefer leveling with Cobra Lash or Venom Gyre? I'm going to be doing leveling with Cobra Lash. I'm not planning to play Venom Gyre. Can you actually play Flicker during the campaign? Or is it something that you switch to for maps? Depends on your Ascendancy, I think. If an Ascendancy has a Flicker charge generation built into it, maybe you can play it earlier. I don't know. I'm not a Flicker guy. Who am I kidding? I can't answer this question. I have no freaking clue. I don't play Flicker. Soul gain prevention, 8 seconds. Creates an already caught projectile without firing them, first both immediately and over a secondary duration. Caught projectiles spiral outwards when you use whirling blades and do not return. Requires dagger or claw. This would actually qualify as a skill that works well with the Val Ascendancy, right? With Shepherd of Souls. This would technically qualify. Valve VG looks fun. Yeah, I got baited into it. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Maybe future Lance will consider trying this. You know? Maybe we'll cope a little bit. We shouldn't. But maybe we'll cope a little bit. No, who am I kidding? No, I don't want. I'm not getting baited. We're gonna play Cobra Lash. I'm not getting baited. It was such a cool looking skill, man. It was too like tempting to look at, you know. What's the plan for build after campaign? Same as it is in the campaign. Cobra Lash, poison. You think Exile is gonna be worth farming for the ring for profit? No. If you're trying to use the ring, buy it from somebody who finds the exact combination you need, would be my guess. Anime weapon? I will try to post a video on the anime weapon early setup. I'm not league starting it. I'm not getting baited. I'm going Cobra Lash. Should we use the same sentence? Yeah, maybe true. All right. I think we're good on the buy list. The buy list should be good enough, right? Covers a lot of our budget unique options, rare slots for most of the pieces we need, rare jewel. You have a trade list for LERF? I do not. I have a buy list for Righteous Fire Scion if you look at the Righteous Fire guide, but some of those items will be like not relevant for Elementalist. For example, the Righteous Fire Scion is a Ivory Tower build. You don't go Ivory Tower with Elementalist, so keep that in mind. But a lot of the stuff would be usable on both. You can also, like, if you import a list and you say, you know what, I don't like specifically this Syntrek, I don't like this in here, you can just delete it, right? So if there's certain things you can go through and delete off the list. Clusters, we could do clusters. Is there a rare cluster in here? Did I type unique or something? Holy. Standard trade is something else, man. You think Cobra is going to be stronger Leaguestart over Inquisitor E-Blade? Very unlikely. I think Inquisitor E-Blade is very strong. This Cobra Lash build I'm doing, I have not tested. I have no idea how strong this is going to be. I have a rough game plan, and I'm just going to see where it takes me. Phantom Blades has a really bad weight, doesn't it? Do I want to cope and pretend I'm going to get a Phantom Blades cluster? I'll just have this as a reminder. We'll do the same thing with follow through, I guess. Just to remind myself that it's very, like, these are power notables for the build. Are you gonna do a campaign run on it? Yes, I am. Not today though, since we started so late, but we'll do one tomorrow. Put it on trade for everyone else to use. They're gonna nab them. Sure. If that's the whole purpose of this, is for people to be like, oh, I can get this for the build. That's the whole point of this. Is so people that are copying what I'm doing have like an idea of what items that are decent for the build. Phantom Blades is the lowest weight notable, tied with Devastator. Is it actually? How low is its weighting? I know it's like 50, right? It's 51. Yeah, it's waiting is not great. It's waiting is not great. 51 out of like how much exactly? Item level. Is that correct? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say 51 out of 9.7k. Needs 75. Oh shoot. Okay, it doesn't change much. 51 out of 10k. So every time you roll a notable or a prefix, you have a 1 in 200 chance? Is that correct? I think that's correct. It's not great. Not great. That is one of the ways we can get extra prods, though. So it's a little bit hard not to consider it. At Leaguestart, it's gonna be 10D at launch. Fan of the Plays will be 10D at launch. I highly doubt that. Mainly due to people don't have 10D. Everything that goes on trade, it has to be able to sell to somebody. And no one's going to spend 10D for a one notable Fan of Blades. You know what I mean? Like, there's limitations due to lack of currency. And like, would this even be their endgame item, you know? Fub Gunners will. Fub is playing wands, guys. He's not playing claws. You'd be surprised what people do? I've played a lot of Leaguestarts, guys. 10D on Leaguestart, day one, you're talking like a power charge ring. You're not talking a cluster that you're going to roll over later on. Like... No one has 10D on Leaguestart. Would your Inquisitor EB be a good Leaguestart for my first PoE 1 league? For your first PoE 1 league, if you're new to PoE 1, no, don't play it. Because the best way to play that build is doing a Sanctum Leaguestart, and if you're new to PoE 1, that's going to be a bit more involved. So I wouldn't recommend it for a Leaguestart if it's your first PoE 1 league. I bought a helical for 8D on day 2 in Necropolis. No one's paying 10D for a cluster. Yeah, no, it's... Like, it might be annoying to roll, but like... Oh, here's another example or another issue. The cost of rolling follow through is another reason it's not going to be like anywhere close to that, right? If you have a 1 in 200 roll per prefix notable, that puts chaosing follow through or chaosing Fan of Blades. It's going to be like 150 chaos orbs on average. You're not going to spend 10D for something you can spam in 5 minutes with chaos orbs for a tenth of the price, right? The medium clusters? Yeah, I don't think the medium clusters will be too bad. Follow through isn't particularly rare. Let me check real quick. Campaign test? I didn't do a campaign test. I did a post-campaign test. If you're Leaguestart testing or League starting anime weapon, I would say play SRS through the campaign or until you get self-reflection. Somebody said it's decent in the campaign. I did not test myself, so take that with a grain of salt. Test yourself is what I would say. out after campaign, the early like potato gear, it's okay. It's solid to get started. Follow through. Yeah, that's not bad. It's 300 weight. It's definitely rarer than like the other mods here, but 300 weight's not terrible. I wonder if acing trade will make people just list for 10D. Maybe someone buys it more than before. I doubt it. Acing trade definitely will have an impact on how people list things. If you look at Pee-wee 2 as an example, Pee-wee 2, I feel like this sort of thing starts happening with async trade. We'll say this is price. And we'll say this is like time. Time over, like time being the how like many days into the league. We'll say this green line to me represents very good tier 2 level item. This is like a very good rare that's just outclassed by a crafted item. Like this sort of thing will start off as somewhat valuable and then just tanks because there'll just be a overabundance in the market, which I feel like that's what happened with Pee-wee 2. You could pick up an item off the ground, and if it isn't like socketed effect, you know, if it isn't like a crafted good item, if it's just that one tier below, its value goes to dirt. Whereas this represents limited supply chase items. Like if there's items that are like high priorities for builds, their price just goes through the roof, I feel like. Is Lance not ironically doing Cobra Lash? Yeah, I want to play Cobra Lash. It sounds like something fun to do. AKA Mage Blood. I think Mage Blood still stabilizes at a price. I'm thinking more like I'm thinking more limited supply than Mage Blood. Like to me, I'm thinking of like power charge synth, like that sort of thing. Either way, I think a large amount of things are going to fall in the category of they're pretty good, but they're not good enough, and I think those things are going to end up on this curve where their value just tanks. Percent int rings? No. Percent int rings are never best in slot. Helicals exist. Percent int rings can't come close to competing. Can I ask you if it's better Fubgun Deadeye or Snoobay with Warden? Can you explain the difference? I don't know the difference. They're both Ranger builds. I'm not. I forget. Play whatever one looks good to you. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea for Warden versus Deadeye. I think Warden and Deadeye are both kind of trash, to be honest. Well, okay, let's be honest. I think Warden's more trash than Deadeye, but aside from the specific builds, I don't really know what their setups are. Lance only knows information about minion builds. It's not true. Okay, I do not know that much information about minion builds. Can you share a shopping list for anime weapon? I started working on one yesterday, and I only got 2 items deep, so I didn't make very good progress on that. I should probably flesh this out a bit. All right, we made the shopping list for Assassin. We made good progress. Okay, to be honest, guys, what do we have left to do with Assassin? We could set up a test character with like... I think I just want to do a campaign run and then just send it on Leaguestart. I don't think I really want to make a test character for like... Because like I could make a test character with Osin in a way to like test the all damage poison, but I don't think I want to do that. I think we just do a campaign run, maybe a 2-stone run. Everyone's jumping on Cobra Lash at the same time? What do you mean by everyone? By everyone, do you mean like me because I want to play Assassin Poison, and then who's the guy that's doing a deck stack Cobra Lash build? I forget what his name is, but he plays Cobra Lash like every league. I was like checking his YouTube, and he had like a bunch of Cobra Lash videos going from like the beginning of time. Kankar, yeah, Kankar. He's like a Cobra Lash main. The Fub Gooners lands? They're playing Wands, right? Fub Gooners literally playing Wands. Like 90% sure. Me with the Cobra Lash POV open on my other monitor? Hell yeah. Fub wasn't talking about it? Well, yeah, Fubgun made a video, right? Where he was like, this is what was one of the things he was considering was doing Cobra Lash. I mean, like, the thing about Cobra Lash is it has built in, what, 7 chains? Right? And you can, like, add projectiles. Like, you have 5 projectiles. All of a sudden, you have 5 projectiles that all chain. You, like... In terms of like its base scaling to be good at clear speed, it's quite high, right? Projectile skill, built-in 7 chains. You can add projectiles, chuck it across the screen, right? If you get proj speed scaling. Like, it's very good in terms of like its clear speed potential, which is why I think Fubgun would consider it, because he wants to play a giga clear speed build, right? I want to play Cobra Lash, but 10D is way too much for cluster. You're not going to be paying 10D for a cluster, guys. 10D for a cluster is like, one, it would have to be later in League because no one has 10D to pay for a cluster. And then 2, that would be like ideal mods. Like that would be the freaking Fan of Blades with like 2 other ideal mods, you know, like that sort of thing. Are you going to be tanky? We're going to go ES plus recover on block late game, which I think is one of the tankiest things you can do, but literally every build in the game can do that. So it's... I mean, it's doing something that any build could do. It should end up being pretty tanky. Alrighty. Tomorrow campaign run? Maybe 2 stones? I think that's the play. Tomorrow I'll post the video about the early anime weapon setup, and then we'll do the 2-stone run, and then the day after we can post the Leaguestart video. Are you gonna start on time? Hopefully. I did not sleep last night, so the reason we started so late is I finally was able to fall asleep after I'd taken the kids to school. So I slept from like 10 o'clock to like 2 p.m. So that's what happened today. Hopefully tonight I actually can fall asleep. I think hopefully I'm on the upward trend. I felt horrible last night. I feel quite a bit better now. So I should be able to start on time tomorrow. That'll be, and then we'll do a proper campaign run. Cobra Lash is terrible in Act 1. You did not just say that. Cobra Lash is literally one of the de facto best skills in Act 1. I couldn't disagree more. Cobra Lash in Act 1 is like it's like its peak compared to other skills. Like Cobra Lash Act 1 is literally where it's best. It's speedrunner meta. I don't know if it's meta, but it's definitely like I have a hard time seeing it as not the top choice for sure a shadow start. I don't know about other starts. Maybe Ranger start does it too. I'm not 100% sure about that, but for sure a shadow start. Why are you playing a build that peaks in Act 1? Because it re-peaks in Act freaking Uber bosses. Surely. Let me cope, man. Let me freaking cope. I tried it yesterday. It was horrible. That's got to be whatever your setup was, I think. Fly Iffy. Because I feel like if you have like these early chaos fizz damage nodes to like sleight of hand and Fangs of the Viper, your act 1 damage is very good. Baiting himself for once instead of the viewers? What are you talking about? I always just wing something. That's my Leaguestart every time. All right. Anyways, we'll send that run tomorrow. I would continue longer, but I'm feeling pretty cooked. So I'm gonna try to lie down, rest up, and then tomorrow, hopefully we're feeling better. And we'll do a proper campaign run. Maybe we'll go for 2 stones. We'll see how the campaign run goes. But yeah, we're gonna call for the day. Appreciate everyone who stuck around from the various raids, from Devil Cat, Pox, Rutu, Ziz. Everybody was raiding us today, which is kind of crazy. I appreciate everyone who stuck around. But I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. We'll see what he's cooking up. Connor, of course. I think he's logging back into Zenith. Maybe he's playing something else. I'll have to ask him what he's going for. But thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you guys had fun. I'll see you all later. Have a good rest of your evenings.